Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. The senators and all in attendance will please stand and be led in prayer by the Honorable Emmett W. Hanger, Jr., 24th Senatorial District. Following the prayer, all will please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Nathan Hatfield, Assistant Clerk, Links, Senate Clerk's Office.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a scripture that I like in Corinthians that states, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. We're all, for the most part, and most of the time, proud to be Americans, proud to live in a country that values and protects our freedoms. What we sometimes overlook is that real freedom cannot be guaranteed by a constitution like ours, but rather must be accompanied by a citizenry that possesses a sense of decency, fair play, and respect for their fellow man. In other words, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Let's pray. Dear Lord, we're blessed to live in what we sometimes regard as the greatest state in the greatest nation in the world. Please help us by our words and deeds this day to exhibit such a sense of decency, fair play, and respect for others that we will confirm by our action liberty is assured, for the Spirit of the Lord is with us. Amen.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended consistent with the articulation made on the first day of session to allow senators to vote.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended? All in favor of suspending the rules will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The rules are suspended. The clerk will call the roll. All those present will please record their vote aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Good afternoon, Madam Clerk. I voted enthusiastic yes.
Thank you.
The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the communications from the House.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 3.
Ayes 35, noes 3. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Do any senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Thursday, February the 4th, 2021. Regular calendar, Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 1138, a bill relating to sexually transmitted infections, infected sexual battery repeal.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can Senate Bill 1138 go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1138 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1198, a bill relating to Government Data Collection and Dissemination Practices Act, license plate readers.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill was originally filed in 2014, and then 2015, a version of this passed both bodies unanimously and then went through a long and tortured history before it was eventually vetoed by the governor. It then came back this past summer, last summer, when a litigation which had been pending for years was finally decided by the Virginia Supreme Court, where they came to what I thought was a somewhat tortured version of the Government Data Collection Act to find that the maintenance of data by license plate readers did not violate the act, at least as currently written, which caused the need for this legislation. There has been an injunction which has been in effect for years preventing localities from using this data because there have been so many pending lawsuits, concerns from the ACLU and civil liberty advocates. This bill basically sets up a structure where localities can begin to use the data. The key phrase is no known relevance. So if you're a law enforcement official and you are, for example, keeping information regarding an investigation, maybe you're staking out a house or something like that, or you're looking at information which is relevant to even a code violation, a civil or regulatory violation. If it is relevant data to an investigation, you can keep it. If it is of no known relevance, then you cannot keep it. So in other words, if you're just simply vacuuming up data of people traveling, walking on the boardwalk, driving through town, and you're just keeping some type of database of people's activities in your community, you can't do that. You got to have a reason to do it. And so that basically summarizes the bill. Again, this has had a lot of input from a lot of different quarters. We made some amendments yesterday on the floor. The wrong version was posted on LIS, so there was a little bit of consternation, but we got the right version up there now, and I think that should accommodate the amendments, and so I would ask that the body pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the measure.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Notwithstanding the amendments that were passed by the body, law enforcement is still very, very much opposed to this bill. Law enforcement wants this data, and I'm standing before the body in part because when this bill was heard in committee, I had the benefit of participating via Zoom, and I saw the advocate, John Jones, who's known well to this body, zoomed in, and he was waiting to speak, and for some reason, his wave wasn't seen, and he didn't get an opportunity to speak. And so I told him that I would share with the body some of the remarks that he would have made had he had the opportunity. And I think they're very compelling, and I would ask the members of the body to consider them. One, this data is actually quite important in law enforcement and in the solving of crimes. And if we pass this legislation, that data will no longer be available to law enforcement. They won't be able to access that data if it's, for example, accessible to them on cameras that record it in the parking lot outside a courthouse or on body cameras. They won't be able to access it from third parties, which is how they often get it. Maybe it's maintained by a homeowners association or in a parking lot, and it's incredibly valuable to them in the use of solving crimes. And I won't belabor the point by telling you some of the anecdotal information that they shared with me incident to solving really relevant kidnappings, Amber Alerts, but that's the data that they use. The other critical piece of this is that this legislation now makes your license plate data personal information. And I know that there is a difference among this body about what your license plate data actually is. Should this be personal information, the equivalent to your personal private medical information that's protected by HIPAA? Should it be like your social security number? Well, if that's how we want to treat it, then take it off your car. But it's your license plate. And I have people all the time ask me to introduce legislation that would not require us to have a license plate on the front of their car. They say, you know what, I have a car, a nice car. It's annoying that I have to put an additional plate on the front. Why can't Virginia be like some other states and just have one on the back? Isn't that enough? And we say, no, 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 for purposes of identifying vehicles, of identifying somebody who you're trying to, let's say they've committed a crime and you want to identify the vehicle. And we've said, no, as a public policy matter, we value the ability to identify the vehicle, and we have it written in the code that your vehicle has to have a license plate that is clearly legible and obvious on your vehicle. And so now we're saying it's personal information. And so I just think that that's inconsistent, and I don't know how you reconcile the two. So I felt like it was important because John Jones didn't have the opportunity to make those comments in committee, and I wanted the body to at least consider that. And if that's how we're going to treat license plates, then don't make me have one on the front and back of my car. But I think it's important, and I think we use them to solve crimes, and if somebody's going to kidnap somebody in my family, I want the license plate information there so they can run it in the database and find out whose car it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal rise?
Mr. President, speak to the bill.
Senator's the
briefly.
floor.
Mr. President, I heard what Senator from Fauquier said, but I think that this is a very significant issue and just want you to reflect on what is occurring. So these license plate readers are affixed to street poles, or telephone poles, or in vehicles that drive around. They collect the data, and that data goes into a database held by the government for them to search at any point in time. So, Mr. President, 5 years ago, the government can go back and look and see where your car was, what other vehicles were near you, and Mr. President, maybe they triangulate that with telephone data of whose cell phone was around and determine who is communicating with who in different places. And Mr. President, I think that is very dangerous data information for the government to have and maintain for multiple years if they're not actively investigating a criminal offense. Mr. President, there's certainly a lot of privacy rights that we have and a lot of interest in making sure that law enforcement is able to solve crimes, but there is some basic rights that I think we have to go about and do our business and not have the government keep a tab on everywhere we've been and everybody that we've communicated. Mr. President, this is a very reasonable measure to protect the privacy of the citizens of Virginia, and I strongly encourage that you vote for this measure.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we're listening to the folks talking about, worried about people knowing where we've been and what we're doing and what we're talking about, if you don't want that to happen, the senator from Hanover can give me his phone and I'll get rid of it for him, because all that data is there in perpetuity. They know what you've wanted to buy. They know how many times you've been on Facebook. They know where your data points are. They know all of that. But let me just give you a story of what happened in Chesapeake just a couple of weeks ago. And I talked to Chief Kelvin Wright yesterday about this, and he's very concerned about this legislation. In Chesapeake, there was a couple who had a domestic altercation. The wife actually assaulted the husband, knocked him out, set the house on fire, got in the car, drove down the street. A recently retired police officer and his wife and dog were taking a walk. Well, she didn't like them either, so she hit him and seriously injured the wife and just brushed the police officer. But the way they tracked this woman down was with this information. They found her 30 miles away at a place called Chicks Beach in Virginia Beach. and they were able to apprehend her in an extraordinarily short amount of time. Let's not take this tool away from police and law enforcement. We've damaged them enough this year. Let's please not take this tool away from them. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. No other member likes to speak. I just want to address it.
Actually, we do a few more.
And I'll go last.
Thank the senator. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Southern Chesapeake yield for a question? You. Or,
If he means
Senator
me,
Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
just as a follow-up to the example he gave, did that example take 30 days to resolve?
Senator's the floor.
It did not.
Further question?
Thank you, Mr. President. No further question. Just speaking to the measure.
Senator's the floor.
I appreciate the senator from Fairfax City carrying this bill, because I would have. And I think we all need to be concerned about the extensive arm of government. And we need to actively pursue frameworks around that. And I think we took very good testimony from folks during committee, identifying different concerns and issues, and came through a conclusion that sort of the 30 days was a reasonable time frame that allowed police to enforce and follow up should an infraction incur. And so the example just given would not be impacted by this bill whatsoever. The police would have absolutely the ability to track back over several weeks of data in order to track down, in this case, the perpetrator. And so I had asked that, first off, thank the patron for his work to figure out the right framework, and I appreciate the body's support of the measure. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak in favor of the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an important bill. It was a very important bill 7 years ago when it was brought, and I was disappointed in 2015 when Governor McAuliffe vetoed it. The personal data that's being discussed in here is not that you have a license plate or what's on that license plate, but it's where you've gone with that license plate. And as the senator from Hanover pointed out, over years. The fact that other technologies that you choose to engage in, not that you are required by law if you want to travel along the highways of the Commonwealth, the fact that those track you are issues to be considered in other conversations, but that doesn't mean that excuses the Commonwealth from saving this information for a long time when there's no active investigation going. The senior senator from Chesapeake pointed out the utility of these, and I think that the senator from Fairfax City has done a great job ensuring that it can continue to be used in situations like the senior senator from Chesapeake described. I think it's very important that we pass this bill, and I hope we'll do so today.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman rise.
President, would the gentleman from Fairfax City resume the floor for the purpose of question?
Senator Yield.
Sir.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I think I find myself being a true truth seeker. I'm not normally competent to talk about criminal matters, but I'm looking for answers that help me understand. Number one, is it correct that if we do not pass this bill, given what the Supreme Court has said, that law enforcement can keep this personal information and travel information indefinitely? Is that correct?
Yes. If we don't pass a bill, what would happen is the Supreme Court's opinion would essentially mean that governments could keep this data indefinitely.
Mr. President,
further question?
The gentleman yield for a further question.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my second question is about what the gentlelady from Fauquier brought up. Does your bill in any way forbid the use of third-party information, such as the Kroger video camera or homeowner association? And if not, why not?
No, it does not. This only restricts governmental agencies as to whether or not an HOA has a camera or a private business has a camera. That's a separate bill. I don't know if we could even invade somebody's property rights by telling them what they can or cannot do on their own private property. This has to do with government agencies.
Mr. President, final question.
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I appreciate the gentleman's answers, very helpful. Let me get to that last question. So if Kroger has got cameras and they supply it to law enforcement, is this bill limit the ability to link that up to the license plates and keep or not keep the data?
The short answer, I don't think it would. In fact, I feel pretty confident it would not, because that would be private information. It would be the same as if I can't search your house without a warrant, but if someone brings me a piece of information from your house which they had obtained and it's just brought to me, that's different. So they could still use information from a private source as long as they themselves are not violating this code section.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1198?
Mr. President,
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Yeah, I think there's been enough said. I appreciate the comments, and I'll just take the vote.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1198 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 11.
Ayes 28, noes 11. Senate Bill 1198 passes.
Senate Bill 1129, a bill relating to military honor guards and veteran service organizations' paramilitary activities.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Mr. President, I ask for passage of the bill and speak to that.
Senators, the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the chamber, this is a bill that would clarify that our traditional honor guards, color guards that we see at parades and other festivities during the 4th of July and Veterans Day and all those other similar and like events would be able to carry the traditional rifles that they normally carry with regard to the flags that they also carry. It does specifically talk about congressionally chartered or officially recognized in the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and it goes through that, but that's what the bill does, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, speaking about the bill,
Senators, the floor.
I'm a veteran, and I'd love to help veterans any way I can. But this bill, it has to do with pointing, holding, or brandishing a firearm. When veterans are in parades, they're not brandishing firearms. I think if you put this in the code, it's confusing because you're putting something in the code having nothing whatsoever to do with brandishing firearms. We love to have veterans participate in parades. They do it all the time, and they can still do it without this bill. And I think it's confusing, and it's unnecessary to put this in the code. And again, if you put it in the code, it's going to be confusing to people because the section of the code you're dealing with is brandishing. And when you're marching in a parade, you're not brandishing. And if you put this in the code, it only applies to a member, a lawfully recognized military honor guard, so forth and so on, of a veterans services organization that is congressionally chartered or officially recognized. If you have veterans organizations, not necessarily chartered, you would have to kind of add a laundry list of what this brandishing does not apply to. So I think it's confusing. So for that reason, since it's not necessary in the code, veterans march in parades all the time. I think you're gumming up the works, making it more difficult, more confusing, and people may misconstrue it. And for that reason, I'm going to vote against the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to you.
Morning, Senator.
The senator, speaking to the measure.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The senator from Roanoke City said that it's not necessary. I would point this out. We had a fairly robust discussion during judiciary, and what I believe the patron clearly stated is that he wants an extra layer of protection for these folks that are involved in color guards or honor guards, veterans, those marching in a parade. Irrespective of whether it's necessary or not, it does give that extra layer of protection that the veterans asked for. I'd ask that the body pass it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1129? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1129 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. Senate Bill 1129 passes.
Senate Bill 1306, a bill relating to assault and battery penalty.
The junior senator for Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd ask that the body pass the bill and speaking to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen this bill before. It's not the first time it's been before the entire floor or in subcommittee. There have been some iterations since you saw it last year. Let me briefly explain what it does. First of all, this substitute before you tightens up language dealing with diminished capacity. I would direct your attention to the heart of that, lines 38 through 34. In this situation, if a person is charged with a violation of this section and their physical or mental capacity is diminished, such that they need counseling services or they need assistance with daily activities, or if the person has been diagnosed under the spectrum, the autism spectrum, or if the person has a developmental disability, or if there is some type of intellectual disability, the person can still be charged with the offense, but they would be guilty of simple assault and they would be limited to a Class 1 misdemeanor. Number two, if you look at Section C beginning on line 21, it requires that there be an assault and battery resulting in some type of bodily injury in order to be deemed guilty of this Class 6 felony. The third change deals with the removing the mandatory minimum sentence. Right now, an assault on a law enforcement officer, even if there is no injury, even if there's no bodily contact, no offensive touching, still could result in a felony and a 6-month mandatory sentence. We've corrected that. And the last thing, we discussed this yesterday. The senator from Roanoke City had two, what I thought, purposeful amendments at the very end of the bill. We had a discussion about that. We passed those amendments. So with that, Mr. President, I would respectfully request that the body pass Senate Bill 1306.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1306? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1306 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote? Senator Norman.
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. Senate Bill 1306 passes.
Senate Bill 1385, a bill relating to underground utility facilities, Fairfax County.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1385 is a bill that basically clarifies some authority that we enacted in 2019, which gave the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors the authority to enact a local tax, or fee, whatever you want to call it, not to exceed $1 a month to pay for an underground utility project on one road. in a very important district. And they've come back and asked if they could be authorized to spend the proceeds of that fee on other projects besides the one project in the very important district. And so this just clarifies that authority. It also places a cap on what they can charge on a commercial meter. The prior fee had no cap on commercial meters, and this puts a cap similar to the residential cap. That's basically what it does. There's a couple other little clarifications which are not really material, but it's not a big deal. I'd hope we could pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does a senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff, rise?
Mr. President, will the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County rise for a quick question?
Will Senator yield?
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I asked the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax if the money that's being taxed to pay for the undergrounding of the utilities is going to be used for bus rapid transit, as it states in line 48, 49, 50, somewhere in that range.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, it doesn't state it will be used to pay for bus rapid transit, but what it states is that the monies have to first be prioritized on a road project that incorporates bus rapid transit. The idea in this project, by the way, the Commonwealth is now committed over $600 million to this improvement. There's about another $300 million and $400 million is going to come from the federal government, but it's going to have a lot of high density development, talking like 6 to 12 story condos. And so with those densities, you typically place utilities underground. And by having a separate fee, it allows them to use money instead of money that might otherwise be spent on schools. They could use this money to pay for those underground utilities, but it doesn't pay for bus rapid transit. It just pays for underground utilities on a project that has bus rapid transit.
Further question?
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the bill for a second.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, as I read line 50 toward the end of the line, it talks about the applicable taxes, and it says specifically there, the end of line 51, provide that initial proceeds of such levy shall be dedicated to a project incorporating bus rapid transit on a road in the national highway system serving a metro rail section, et cetera, et cetera. So, Mr. President, the reason I originally abstained on this, I believe it was because I hadn't had a chance to read the substitute that was provided in committee, and as I glanced through there, I understand the tax and clearly understand increasing taxes for undergrounding utilities, if that's what we're truly going to use it for. But when the bill actually talks about using the taxes that we've taxed for one thing and then putting it into bus rapid transit, I think that's a little disingenuous to the taxpayers, and believe if we were going to use money for bus rapid transit, then we probably should figure out a dedicated funding stream for that. So, Mr. President, that's why I'll be voting against this bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1385? Seeing none, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say, speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you. And I would say that the senior senator from Virginia Beach's concern is a little misplaced. The way the law currently stands, there's only one project this can be spent on, and that's the project that incorporates bus rapid transit. What this amendment does is says they can also spend it on other projects that don't have bus rapid transit in addition to that. So if he didn't like the existing policy, he shouldn't have voted for the bill back in 2019, which I'm pretty sure he did. But in any event, Mr. President, I would hope we could pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1385 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Ayes 33, noes 6. Senate Bill 1385 passes.
Uncontested calendar.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, because we need to have an emergency meeting as a result of some bills being referred to Senate Finance, and that shouldn't take long. And one of the caucuses has requested meeting time. I'd move that we stand in recess till 1:45. And at this time, I would yield to the senator from Northern Fairfax and then the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee will meet immediately at my desk.
Thank the Senator.
Finance Committee members need to sit at your seat. Stay put. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Hanover, Senator
Thank you,
McDougal.
Mr. President. Mr. President, if the Republican caucus could adjourn to our reflection room for some reflection.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 1:45 p.m.
Okay.
Explain the bills. There's a sub on Senator.
I'd like to call the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee to order. We have two bills before us at this point that we just received. The first one is Senator Lucas's bill, 1411.
Madam Chair, do you want to do a roll call, or are we good?
Oh, okay. Please call the roll.
Senator Saslaw? Here. Senator Norman?
Here.
Senator Hanger? Senator Lucas? Here. Senator Newman? Senator Newman? Senator Ruff? Senator Vogel? Senator Barker?
Here.
Senator Edwards? Senator Deeds? Senator Locke? Senator Peterson? Senator Marsden? Senator Eben?
Here.
Senator McClellan?
Here.
Senator Howe?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum?
Thank you. Okay, first up is Senator Lucas, Senate Bill 1411.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Senate Bill 1411 is excise tax on peanuts. The peanut excise tax rate and the renewal is proposed by the Virginia Peanut Board, the Virginia Peanut Growers Association Board of Directors, and the association's members. Peanut planting.
Madam Chair, I move to report. Sorry.
It's been moved and seconded that Senate Bill 1411 be reported. Any further discussion? Okay, please record your vote.
Senator Saslaw? Aye. Senator Norman?
Senator
Norman?
Senator Norman votes aye, but it'd be nice to at least hear the first sentence out of Senator Lucas's mouth.
Senator Hanger? Aye. Senator Lucas?
Aye.
Senator Newman? Senator Ruff? Senator Vogel? Senator Barker?
Aye.
Senator Edwards? Senator Deeds? Senator Locke? Senator Peterson? Senator Marsden? Senator Eben?
Aye.
Senator McClellan?
Aye.
Senator Howell?
Aye.
Ayes 15, no zero.
Ayes 15, no zero. The bill's reported. The next bill is Senate Bill 1354. Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 1354, which was just passed out of the Agriculture Committee, represents a major plan to upgrade our wastewater treatment plans statewide. This is one of the biggest things we've done, or that's been agreed to since we started this process. The original allocations of funding for wastewater treatment plant upgrades was back during the Warner administration and proved to be highly successful. The catching at the point source coming out of the end of a pipe is the best way to remove, most cost-effective way to remove nitrogen and phosphorus from our streams and tributaries and improve the Chesapeake Bay and, of course, the James River watershed as well. The financial implications of this, and I would say there was a large group of stakeholders that came together to come up with this plan, and there was a lot of give and take, and reasonable people, fortunately, were at the table. And I'm very proud to have my name associated with the bill, although it was this group of stakeholders that negotiated this so that we can move forward with this major improvement to water quality. The implications for the Finance Committee is this. The proposal over a period of 5 to 6 years, 6 years I suspect it will be, will require funding to the tune of about $800 million. Now, $500 million of that will be the responsibility of the municipalities, the authorities that operate those wastewater treatment facilities, and will be funded through non-general funds from the fees that the subscribers pay through those facilities. Approximately $300 million, which would represent roughly 35% of the total cost, would come from the state's Water Quality Improvement Fund. The financial implication for this budget is zero in that we already have $50 million, I believe, allocated for this purpose in the Water Quality Improvement Fund, but going out over the next 5 years, our responsibility would be roughly $50 million a year in capital. The way that was handled when we made this first round of major improvements was we were anticipating capital, and as you may recall, we had tax reform and then a spurt in the economy, and we actually ended up putting $200 million cash. So this actually is a good place if we ended up with some surplus revenue to put it there. But that's what the bill is and does, Madam Chair, and I hope it will be the pleasure of the committee to report the bill.
I believe that Jason may have something to add.
Yes, Madam Chair, staff concurs certainly with Senator Hanger's analysis of the bill. It is a simple technical suggestion, and it's a suggestion beginning on line 18 to strike the sentence beginning notwithstanding all the way to the end of line 26. I believe that that work group and assessment would be obviated by the fourth enactment clause.
Senator Hanger, would you like to make that?
I will certainly, Jason has had an opportunity to review this as it's come together, and I would accept him that that's a technical amendment.
Okay, is there discussion on this? Is there a motion to accept the technical amendment?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded that the technical amendment be adopted. All in favor say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay. Now on your, does anybody have any questions for Senator Hanger on this? Hearing none, is there a motion on this?
Madam Chair, I move that we report. We had extensive discussion on this in Ag this morning.
It's been moved. Is there a seconded that the bill? It's been moved and seconded that Senate Bill 1354 as amended be reported. Please record your vote.
Senator Saslaw? Aye. Senator Normand?
Abstain.
Senator Hanger? Aye. Senator Lucas? Aye. Senator Newman? Senator Ruff? Aye. Senator Vogel? Aye. Senator Barker? Aye. Senator Edwards? Aye. Senator Deeds? Aye. Senator Locke? Aye. Senator Peterson? Aye. Senator Marsden, Senator Eben,
Aye.
Senator McClellan, Senator Howe.
Aye.
14 ayes, 1 abstention.
14 ayes, 1 abstention. The bill's reported. Does that complete our docket?
Yes, Madam Chair, that completes the docket.
There being no further business, the committee will rise.
Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Ready? Mr. President, I now move that all Senate bills on the second reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 4 through 18, that's Senate Bill 1338 through 1465, be advanced to their engrossment and third reading in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any senator desiring to move a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall all the Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 4 through 18, Senate Bill 1338 through Senate Bill 1465, be engrossed in advance through their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1338, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute from the Committee on Education and Health be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the amendments from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted.
Senate Bill 1162, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1163, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1197, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. Senate Bill 1210, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson. Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 12.
Oh, never mind.
12, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can Senate Bill 1210 and Senate Bill 1212 come out of the block, please?
Does the senator, senator from Chesterfield, do you want those out of the passage block or out of the engrossment and advancement block? Right now, they're in the block for engrossment and advancement. Does the senator, are you concerned more about passage or more about engrossment and advancement?
About passage, thank you.
Okay, so if it's okay, we'll leave them in the block now and then we'll come back to them. Thank the senator.
Senate Bill 1247, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1258, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the Committee on Finance and Appropriations amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1275, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute from the Committee on Commerce and Labor be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the amendment from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1295, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator from Virginia Beach, Senior Senator, Senator D. Steff.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1307, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1313, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. Do you want to reject?
I beg you, first.
Go ahead. Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I would reject the first one and move the second. Is that the order? I beg your pardon, Mr. President.
Yes, sir, it's okay.
So first, with the recommendation to be rejected, I move the Committee on Education and Health substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I move that the Committee on Finance and Appropriations substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1336, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor amendment.
Mr.
Senator
President,
from King George, Senator Stewart.
I will yield to the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax for an amendment that I concur with.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Sarvell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to waive reading of the floor amendment.
Senator, the question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Sarvell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just handed this literally like 60 seconds ago. I want to make sure everybody actually has it. But basically, this bill allows a court to order an ignition interlock only restricted license for offenses other than DUI. And the intent was to apply it only to reckless driving cases, which many of us call wet recklesses, but the language wasn't quite clear. And so the DMV asked us to make this amendment to make it crystal clear. And that's basically what it does.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1357, reported for the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can that bill go by temporarily? There are a few amendments that are brewing.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1357 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1365, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee amendments from General Laws and Technology with a recommendation that we reject them.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendments are rejected. Senator for Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
All right, I now move that we adopt the substitute from Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1375, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that we adopt the substitute which simply merged Senator Vogel's bill in with mine and added 2 more categories.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1389, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move the substitute from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Mr. President, I would move the amendment from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1391, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1398, reported for the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the substitute be agreed to, sir.
Okay, Senator from James City County, I believe the first substitute would need to be rejected in order to get to your floor substitute. Does the Senator want to reject the first substitute?
Yes, sir. I apologize. There's some confusion on this. Yes, I would ask that the substitute be agreed to with recommendation that it be rejected so we can get to the floor substitute, sir.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The substitute is rejected. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The floor substitute was brought to my attention by, Tourism and Taxation. What they provided for initially was that there was going to be a non-reverting account within the Department of Taxation, from which the Virginia Tourism Corporation, the Treasury, apologize, from the Department of Treasury, from which the tourism would then issue grants. It was brought to my attention upon review by the Treasury that Virginia Tourism cannot access direct funds from Treasury, even though it's in that dedicated account. So this just sets up a mechanism whereby it will eliminate that conundrum.
Thank the Senator. And I don't know if I couldn't see the Senator on the screen there. Do you want to waive the reading, Senator, and then we can go to a motion to agree?
I apologize. I'm having some issues on the Zoomer. Let me see.
No problem.
Okay, there we go. Yes, sir. I would respectfully move the waiving of the reading of the amendment, sir.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading for its final passage.
I think, Senator, this would just be to agreement to the floor substitute. Is that a block? Does the senator want to move to adopt the floor substitute?
So moved, yes, sir. I apologize. I'm getting a delay here.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1405, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. Senate Bill 1420, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. Senate Bill 1425, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1429, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Washington, Senator Pillion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1436, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the senator. Actually, does the senator want to move the committee amendment?
Excuse me, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1461, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. Senate Bill 1465, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the committee amendments, both in Judiciary and Finance.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted.
Returning to page 11, Senate Bill 1357.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. President. Those are not ready. Can we pass this by temporarily to the end of the docket? If not, I'll pass it by for the day.
Okay. Do you want to?
Rather do it today if I can.
Rather do it today? Okay. Okay. We'll take it out of the block, Senator, if that's okay, and then pass it by temporarily.
Thank you. That's perfect.
All right. Thank the Senator. Without objection. Question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed and advanced to their third reading? That is all bills except for Senate Bill 1357. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed and advanced to their third reading. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, it's pages 4 through 18, Senate Bill 1338 through 1465, that the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 4 through 18, that's Senate Bill 1338 through 1465, be placed on their final passage in a block. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block will please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 4 through 18, Senate Bill 1338 through Senate Bill 1465, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1338, Senate Bill 1162, Senate Bill 1163, Senate Bill 1197, Senate Bill 1210.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that we remove Senate Bill 1210 and in a minute 1212 out of the block.
Thank the senator. Without objection, both bills be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1247, Senate Bill 1258, Senate Bill 1275, Senate Bill 1295, Senate Bill 1307, Senate Bill 1313.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Can Senate Bill 1295 please come out of the blocks for the purpose of an abstention?
Thank the senator. Without objection, Senate Bill 1295 will be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1313, Senate Bill 1336, Senate Bill 1357. I'm sorry, that's out of the block. Senate Bill 1365, Senate Bill 1375, Senate Bill 1389, Senate Bill 1391, Senate Bill 1398.
Mr. President.
Junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
And Senate Bill 1398 come out of the block, please.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1398 will be removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1405, Senate Bill 1420, Senate Bill 1425.
Mr. President. Senate
From
Bill
Prince William County, Senator McPike.
And Senate Bill 1425 come out of the block.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1425 is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 1429, Senate Bill 1436, Senate Bill 1461, Senate Bill 1465.
Question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is all bills except for Senate Bills 1357, 1210, 1212, 1295, 1398, and 1425. All in favor of passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Turning to page 6, Senate Bill 1210.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. Speak to the motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was a bill that, first of all, an administration bill, started out basically to use environmental permit fees as a way to subsidize the program whereby we do environmental inspections of our businesses and wastewater plants and waste treatment plants. And it basically, this substitute forms a stakeholder group where we get the people at the table, environmental groups, industrial concerns that are paying the taxes, as well as DEQ reps. and just come up with the best practices for setting these permit fees. So this actually is not authorizing a fee increase. It's just giving a process for everyone to participate, and I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1210? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1210 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senate Bill 1210 passes.
On page 7, Senate Bill 1212.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1212 pass by way of explanation.
Senator, the floor.
This bill is to authorize the creation of an authority for the New River Valley Passenger Rail Station. The authority would build and operate this new passenger rail station in the New River Valley. And I move that the renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1212?
Mr. President.
For what purposes the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question for the patron.
Senator Yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question for the patron just to better understand this bill. Could you please describe for me the context of the New River Valley Passenger Rail Station Authority? Is this made up of a board of unelected officials, elected officials, and do they have the ability to enter into bonds and contracts?
Senator, is the floor.
Mr. President, this authority would consist of representatives of the jurisdictions in the New River Valley. I think I can remember them all, including the universities, Radford University, Virginia Tech, the county of Montgomery, the town of Pulaski, the town of Blacksburg, the town of Christiansburg, I believe Radford City, the Giles County, and Floyd County, I believe. And they would provide the funding to build the authority, and they would pay for the authority. The money would come out of pro rata share from each of the jurisdictions, including the two universities involved. I think that explains it.
Senator, further question?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Senator, do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1212? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1212 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. Senate Bill 1212 passes.
On page 9, Senate Bill 1295.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Actually, we're doing passage on this one, Senator.
Mr. President, I move the engrossment and advancement to its third constitution. I'm sorry, I move the passage.
Okay. Does the senator want to speak to the bill?
Mr. President, let's see. What this does, Mr. President, is this puts for certain utilities purchasing equipment where practical from American-made manufacturers and using that equipment where practical and where within the cost specifications. With that, I move the passage of Senate Bill 1295. Thank you.
Senator, did you want to waive reading of the substitute? No, we had done every other motion.
I think we've already done that, Mr. President.
No, you're all good. You're hitting for the cycle. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1295 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-2.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-2. Senate Bill 1295 passes.
On page 14, Senate Bill 1398.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill, sir.
Senator, is the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I had previously explained, this is a bill that creates a reoccurring sustainable source of revenue to the Virginia Tourism Corporation for the promotion of tourism venues in the Commonwealth of Virginia. What it does is it corrects what I thought it, and as one of my former colleagues, Senator Mary Margaret Whipple, started advocating years ago, there is a contradiction within the way that the sales and use tax is currently paid and collected by hotel and tourism destinations in Virginia. People like Expedia, Orbitz, and others that book rooms for hotels, they charge a premium to the hotel for making that booking. The hotel must pay a sales and use tax based on the gross amount, even though that amount includes a premium paid by the hotel, the provider of the overnight reservation. What this provides now is that the hotel will pay its share of the sales and use tax on the amount that is actually paid to them, and that the provider of the room, the Expedia Orbit, will pay their share of that. So I respectfully move that Senate Bill 1398 pass, sir.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1398? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1398 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. Senate Bill 1398 passes.
Page 15, Senate Bill 1425.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1425 amends the code in regards to data centers that could receive tax credits. I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Mecklenburg yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the senator, based on the revisions in the substitute for this bill, would it prevent essentially additional data centers under the lower job requirement in Loudoun or Prince William County?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would respond that it's drawn fairly narrowly so that it would only affect companies that had already met the criteria necessary, and it would clarify that it would have to have created at least 25 new jobs.
Further question?
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I'd like to speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking against the bill, I have some concerns, and the body might recall that earlier, several days ago, we passed a data center tax credit bill that I've sponsored that focuses the efforts on double distress, and frankly, it focuses on Southwest Virginia. I want you to think about the way this is written, and the way this is written essentially allows companies, if you have a facility, to double down in the same region, Prince William, Loudoun, Fairfax, and double down on that investment. And Mr. President, I'd offer to the body that if we are going to provide different reduced abilities, that we do so where it makes the most economic sense, where we have high unemployment rate, where we know the communities need this from a tax base standpoint. We heard many debates earlier about school infrastructure and the ability to pay for different improvements to our schools. Yet this is the largest tax credit that we offer. When I took on the coal tax credit, I agreed that I would do everything in my power to assist Southwest in its economic future, and I'm sticking to my word on this. This bill will undermine the efforts that we've already passed on assisting Southwest and Southside. As you look, the existing code already says the requirement of 50 new jobs is reduced to 25 new jobs if it's located in an unemployment rate for the preceding year of at least 150% of the average statewide unemployment rate. We already have that. This now takes the code and says you're at 25 if you already have a facility. So I'd strongly suggest that this body really consider the net impact, because this is our largest tax credit that we have. If you adopt this measure, it'll wipe out what we've already done to help Southwest Virginia, and would urge the body to vote against it.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1425? Seeing none, Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure that I agree with the gentleman from Prince William. Certainly it is an incentive. But for the most part, the areas that he was trying to help, which was in my original bill, have a lower real estate tax base, and so there is already an incentive for them to come to that area. What this does is it creates a third tier of counties that are not necessarily in bad shape, but would also like to be involved in the process of recruiting and having data centers in their counties. I renew my motion to pass the legislation.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1425 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 10.
Ayes 28, noes 10. Senate Bill 1425 passes.
Regular calendar Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 1384, a bill relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, local arbitration agreements. The floor substitute has been adopted by the Senate, and there is an additional floor substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've worked out a deal on this, but to do it, we got to unwind what we did the other day. So having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted the floor substitute, Mr. President, I would move that we reconsider that vote.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the floor substitute was adopted be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would withdraw the floor substitute we just reconsidered.
Thank the senator. Without objection, that floor substitute is withdrawn. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I'd move to waive the reading of the new floor amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the floor amendment in the nature of a substitute and speaking to that motion.
Senator, is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill, as you noticed from all the different floor subs and amendments was the product of much discussion and consternation between a group of folks and mainly the Chamber of Commerce, but some others. But basically what the bill does, I'd say, first of all, it's a local option bill. Purely local option. It doesn't make anybody do anything. But what it does is it attempts to get more information about arbitration practices regarding employment disputes and mobile services provided to school boards or to citizens through school boards. As you may or may not know, a lot of companies often use arbitration agreements with their employees because it allows them to sort of bury either sexual discrimination or employment discrimination, sexual harassment, sort of wage complaints through the arbitration process where you can't see it. Whereas if there's other employers that do it through litigation, you see it in the court system. And so basically what this does is it says that a school board, if it chooses, during the procurement process, can ask a prospective bidder to disclose their experience in arbitration when it comes to employment arbitrations and arbitrations with consumers, again, in these limited school contracts, so that the school system or the local government entity can evaluate that history fairly before deciding to give the contract to that bidder. That's basically what it does, and it has some other exclusions with it. There's mostly peace in the valley in it now. I will tell you that I think the bankers still have some issues with it that I'm talking through with them, but everybody else has been neutralized with this substitute. And I would hope we'd pass it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? For purposes, Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise.
Mr. President, just simply to say, I cannot tell you how many emails and texts I've gotten on this bill. And I have resounding evidence that there's not peace in the valley on this, and we can debate that when the bill is on debate for passage, but I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1446, a bill relating to the practice of medicine and other healing arts, provision of litigation assistance. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with an amendment.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope everybody appreciates the fact I was able to help you build your doctor list by putting this one in. But I'm going to ask to withdraw it in just a second. But I would just say that we've had a lot of discussion about this. The problem is the solutions that have been discussed put attorneys in an ethical box. And so I think we're going to, in order to sort of figure this out, I think it's just going to take us more time. So, Mr. President, I would actually move that this bill be re-referred to the Judiciary Committee so that we can consider it over the interim.
Recommit.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senate Bill 1105, a bill relating to post-conviction relief, previously admitted forensic scientific evidence. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with the substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo. No, I'm just teasing. Just wanted to see you sprint again. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Before I get to that, Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
Senator has the floor.
Is it just me, or does it seem like to everybody in this chamber that somebody named Surville has exceeded their bill limit? His name's on everything. All right, based on that, Mr. President, I now move that the Judiciary Committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the Committee on Finance and Appropriations amendment be agreed to, please.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance Senator Surville's Senate Bill 1105 to its third constitutional reading.
I thank the senator. Question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1113, a bill relating to communicating threats of death or bodily injury to a person at any place of assembly, any building or other structure, or any means of transportation. Penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I ask that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1127, a bill relating to charitable gaming, conduct of instant bingo, network bingo, pool tabs, and seal cards. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with the substitute, and there are two floor amendments.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll see if I can get through this now. Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I would move I would ask that we not accept the committee substitute and move forward with the finance substitute. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Let me look at my notes. Hold on. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we move the committee substitute.
I think the senator, I think you were right in terms of wanting to, with the recommendation to be rejected on the first one from General Laws and Technology, so we can get to the second sub and the floor amendments.
Mr. President, you're correct. I've got so many different changes on this thing. I'm trying to make sure I'm tracking right.
No,
Mr.
no worries.
Chairman, that would be my motion, is to reject the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on General Laws and Technology be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would now move that we accept the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Mr. President, I would ask that we waive the reading of the floor amendment. And speaking to that,
do you want to, does the senator want to waive the reading of all the floor amendments at once and then speak to them? Or do you want to do them one at a time? I have two sets of floor amendments.
I wasn't aware that there was a second one. Is that from a different patron? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I missed it.
No, it's just two
I thought
on
it was
the
one
one.
page, but
You're
two-
fine.
two
Two on
examples.
the one.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I would ask we waive the reading of both separate line floor amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Getting to the floor amendment, there was discussion, and many of you know, if you've heard in the committee, of some contentious points to this legislation coming through the process. And this floor amendment is going to address one of those specific contentious issues about the predetermination of how much charities the machine should have to pay to the actual charities. I had two different sources telling me different things of how these gaming companies make their profitability and how much goes to the charities. And I don't want to screw that up or not have charities get their correct amount. So what this floor amendment does, with the permission of the chairman of finance and the chairman of general laws, is set up a joint subcommittee that will set up equal membership from both those committees in the Senate and the same like kind in the House to study over the next this summer that issue, as well as a couple other issues with regard to charitable gaming and that percentage, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Mr. President, I would ask that we engross and advance the bill to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1146.
We need to take a quick pause. Senate will be at ease.
Elias is rebooting. No, he didn't. So we're just waiting. Hi. Thank you for asking. I also talked to Jonathan about Senator Edwards wants to interview judges on Tuesday. And that needs to be virtual completely and not here at all because they need to be switching everything to special session.
Has anyone told Senator Edwards that?
I wanted to talk to you first.
That's fine.
Come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Clerk will continue with the calendar.
Page 21, Senate Bill 1146, a bill relating to conformity of the Commonwealth's taxation system with the Internal Revenue Code emergency. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute. There are 4 floor amendments by Senator Newman, 8 by McDougall, and 20 by Serville.
Mr. President, Tommy
James City County, Senator Norman.
There's nothing humorous about that.
The senator is correct.
I laughed.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the conformity bill, and I would move that we agree to the committee substitute.
Thank the senator.
Speaking to, if I may speak to that.
Senator's welcome to. Senator's the floor.
Thank you. In normal times, we would follow the conformity rules that traditionally are followed, and we would have done it about 2 weeks ago. But these are not normal times. These are dreadful times. Too many Virginians are dead. Too many Virginians have permanent after effects of COVID. Our children are still having their education disrupted. So many Virginians have lost jobs, some permanently. Many small businesses have had to close, and many are on the brink of closing. What we are trying to do with this bill and with the amendments to follow is to assist small business. I would ask that we pass this committee substitute so that we can get to the floor amendments, so that we can give small business more assistance than currently they're able to get. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, just a note that I'm going to yield and have my amendments go by temporarily, and I would like to yield to the Senator McDougall for the purposes of his amendments first.
Thank the senator. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendments. And Mr. President, I think they're listed out as 8 separate floor amendments, but I think they need to be taken as a group.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the Senate, I'm going to just kind of step through the decision-making matrix, because when you look at the floor amendments, it is pretty much strike code sections, and assert just 1 or 2 words. So, Mr. President, I think as the senator from Fairfax indicated, that we have some decisions to make as a body. When we look at tax conformity that we take up each and every year, Virginia being a state where we do not automatically conform, we have to make decisions each and every legislative session. After federal tax policy has gone into place, there has to be a bill. So the senator from Fairfax is carrying that legislation, and it starts with what is in the governor's budget. And Mr. President, this year was very unusual because of the pandemic. And it was also unusual because the federal government made the decision to pass down aid to businesses across the nation, but specifically in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And Mr. President, in that decision, the federal government said, if you maintain employment If you take these loans, these PPP loans, and you keep all your employees in place, then at the end of that, we're going to forgive those loans. And Mr. President, federal government also made the promise to those small businesses that took those loans, in addition to forgiving the loans, we're going to allow you to use that money that you spent on those employees, those salaries or rent or health insurance. We're going to allow you to use that as a business expense and thus deductible. So, Mr. President, the discussion that we're having now is, does Virginia take that same bargain that was offered by the federal government and apply those to businesses here in Virginia? Those businesses that made the decision to employ those individuals, that made the decision that instead of closing up or laying people off, that they were going to take those resources and pay those employees and keep going. So, Mr. President, even though this substitute that's in front of you looks like a number of code sections, additions, and deletions, it is vitally important to those businesses that made that decision. Because, Mr. President, this is the Senate of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, saying to those businesses, we're going to keep our end of the bargain, and we're going to say you can write off those expenses that you've already paid, those employees that already receive salaries, that health insurance you already paid, you can write that off of your state tax. Now, Mr. President, make no mistake about it, it's a decent amount of money. I can't tell you exactly how much, but our staff, who does an excellent job, estimates it's somewhere between $350 and $500 million. But, Mr. President, I would tell you that that $350 to $500 million is the money of Virginians who made the decision to employ other Virginians. So, Mr. President, as we move forward, it is absolutely critical that we pass tax conformity to make sure that our businesses and Virginians can file their taxes on time, to make sure that they can get the deductions that they deserve. But, Mr. President, I think it is equally as important that we pass this amendment and give those businesses the deductions that they bargained for, that they took in good faith, and they employed people in good faith on. Mr. President, I'll close, and I don't often mention things that I saw in the newspaper, but I did see one of my local businesses, and I've not reached out to them in the newspaper. And I represent Middlesex County, and we are very fortunate, I would say, in all deference to my good friend, the senator from the Eastern Shore, we have the best oysters in the Northern Neck and Middle Peninsula. And there's a little oyster company called Rappahannock that developed down there. And they invested a lot in employees in their restaurant businesses and in their seafood production side of the ledger. And that story showed up in the Richmond paper this week, and the struggles they made and the struggles that the decisions they will have to make if we make a different decision than passing this. Because, Mr. President, even though they employed those individuals when the PPP money came, when they have to write this tax check back to the Commonwealth of Virginia, they're going to have to make another decision at that point. They're going to have to say, what do we continue to do with those employees that we in good faith took this money and continued on? So, Mr. President, I encourage y'all to look at their story as they presented it and reflect on the businesses in your district that are having to make those same decisions. And, Mr. President, Reagan, who I speak about often because I'm proud of her, she, for good or bad, sits with me and listens to these conversations very, very frequently. And usually she has some very wise insight, maybe wiser than what her father said. But as she, thank you, Senator Sproul, but as she goes, when she listens to these conversations, she looked at me and said, this is pretty simple. You told them that they were going to get this benefit. You need to give them the benefit. What's the choice? Mr. President, with that, I move adoption of the amendment.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the floor amendment.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I defer to nobody in my allegiance to the small business community. That's literally been my career. My wife and I own a small business. I represent hundreds of small businesses, mostly minority-owned, all over Virginia. And then when this pandemic hit, literally within 72 hours, I wrote a letter to the governor on his first executive order asking the administration to take a look at the impact that's going to happen on small business. It was my first thought. When the Virginia 30-Day Fund was founded, my wife and I put our money where our mouth was, and in fact, the same oyster company that Senator McDougal referenced was one of our very first beneficiaries to make sure people had money to get through these tough times. I want to be precise, though, about how PPP started and how it sort of has morphed over the last few months. And I say this because I'm the beneficiary of a PPP loan, okay? And my wife, actually, at first, I didn't want to apply for it. My CPA said, you need to apply for it. You're keeping everybody on your payroll. You need to apply for it. So Sharon filled out the application. We sent it in. It was approved by our lender. We actually got the money in the first week of May. I kept everybody on payroll, even though the courts were closed down. I remember thinking, we spent a lot of time thinking about marketing plans and other things that we could do once things got back to normal. But the bottom line is we didn't really know what was to happen with that money. We knew that the loan would probably be forgiven, but the criteria had not been specified. What we definitely didn't know was if the loan is forgiven and we have to pay certain expenses with it in order to be forgiven, would those expenses then be deductible on our return? We didn't know. In fact, the initial advice we got from our CPA was it would not. In fact, first of all, you weren't sure whether or not the loan would be taxable if it was forgiven, and then if it wasn't taxable, whether or not the expenses would be forgiven, and our initial information was they would not be forgiven. And so that was our assumption up until December 27th, when Congress decided to pass another CARES Act. And that second CARES Act said, basically in their appreciation, that they would decide to make the expenses deductible. So that, in other words, the PPP loan, you got the money, you won't be taxed on the money, but those expenses that you paid with that money now are deductible. And I remember looking at my wife and saying, that just saved me about $30,000. Okay, so that's not a small deal. I'm not saying it is. But that's not why we kept people employed back in April, May, or June. That was a separate decision. So it's not as if we're changing the terms of the bargain. Now, here's the difference between the federal government and the state government. Those folks in Washington, D.C. can be very, very generous because they don't have to balance the budget. They can just keep writing these checks, and I guess the U.S. Treasury will just keep issuing bonds. I'm not quite sure how it works, but it keeps on happening. But we don't have that benefit here in Richmond. And we've got all sorts of things that we need to be ready for, not the least of which is going to be a K-12 program like we've never thought of before. Now, I'm here as an advocate for small business. Trust me. And I've had many, many conversations with the chair of finance saying, how can we maximize this benefit? I agree 1,000%. We need to be giving as much relief to those businesses that are on the brink. And we've tried to find ways to be as precise as we can as to target those businesses. But we cannot just give the full Monty, so to speak, because we just don't have the ability to print that money, unlike the feds. So I think what the chair has explained and what I believe is right now we have a certain threshold. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to go into conference. We're going to push that threshold. It may well be the governor, if there's another CARES Act, is going to have more money to add to that. But this is one of many competing demands. And we're just not in a position to do the whole thing right off the bat. We're just not. So I would ask, and I note this is an emergency clause. We've got to pass this. And I know y'all have no reason, sometimes we have no reason to trust each other, but on this one, trust me, we hear you, and we're trying to get there. So I would just, in all good conscience, I would ask that we reject this amendment and stay with the chair's substitute. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Right. That's what I said, right? Are you ready to say aye or no? Are you ready? All right, everybody's ready. All right, let's go. Question, shall they be adopted? Aye. Aye, very good, very good. We're getting somewhere. Those opposed, no. Wow. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. 1, 2, 3. Seeing about 85 hands, we will have a recorded. I knew we were going to have a recorded vote, so let's do that now. I don't want to waste time. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? Those wanting to adopt floor amendments will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote? Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 17, noes 22.
Ayes 17, noes 22. The floor amendments fail. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the 4 floor amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the floor amendments, and speaking to that motion.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, I think the speeches here today have been helpful and enlightening on the bill. I just want to start off by first thanking the chair. Once again, the Senate of Virginia and the chair, I think, has led on taxation. We've done it over and over again, and I think she put together, for the first one on this campus, a subcommittee that got together and worked on this. And the product that came out, not surprisingly, is a bipartisan approach. And I'm very pleased about that. She had the senator from Southern Fairfax as the chair, and the senator, a number of senators participated, and it came to a good conclusion. Mr. President, when we came through that portion, we are fortunate to have in Secretary Aubrey Lane what I think is one of the best secretaries that we've ever had in that position. And he presented us with the opportunity to look at a number of different categories as it related to the threshold. The threshold is important because it really is the amount of the deductions that you're able to take. It's easy to think about this as the PPP deductions, but the federal government kind of settled that, and you're going to get to take that. However, when it comes to the amount of those deductions that we're going to take, it comes down to us. And I know there's some, especially on my party, would like to seen it all, but that wasn't within the realms of reasonableness. And I think that as we've looked at Virginia businesses and talked to NFIB and people within the chamber and others, they've said, if you can take that number up from $50,000, which the committee decided to do, to $100,000, we'll cover about 75% of the businesses out there. That's great. Now, it doesn't get the Walmarts, it doesn't get the Amazons. They can deduct also up to the $100,000 if we go with this, but it does cover many of those small businesses that we are very, very concerned about. So, Mr. President, my amendment, I've worked with the chair. She has been very, very helpful in coming up with this agreement. My hope to the senator from Fairfax City is while the current substitute does not have the emergency clause on it, that if we get a strong vote out of here, I'm hoping that as the chair goes over to those other people from the other body, we can show them that we have a strong enough vote on this that we can put the emergency clause on that in a reconciliation discussion. So, Mr. President, with the chair's permission, I would move that the amendments that take the bill from $50,000 to $100,000, both for the PPP loans and also the Rebuild Virginia loans, be approved.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker rise.
Mr. President, just to address the issues raised on the floor amendments from the senator from Bedford. I hope that we will join hands and in a coordinated fashion support this amendment. I think these series of amendments would increasing it from 50,000 to 100,000 in terms of the deductibility that would be allowed, I think are responsive and are responsive and also are reasonable. In addressing the issue, and when the subcommittee that I chaired dealt with this, what we tried to do was to figure out how do we help those who need it the most, but making sure that we're not penalizing others at the same time unnecessarily. So we looked at a wide variety of approaches on things, and part of what we were dealing with was a situation where over the last now 11 months almost, during this pandemic period, we've been through a lot in Virginia. We've had a lot of issues as it related to health and loss of life of people. We've also had great social issues there, educational issues, other types of things that are significant there. But we've also had some issues as it relates to our economy. Our economy, our businesses have been affected, but it's not been all in one direction. So what we have is we have sort of an unusual situation, whereas often when there is a recession or something that hits, it goes in one direction for a period of time, then pretty much across the board, and then goes in a different direction as we rebound out of that time period here. What we've had has been the business sectors, the economy and the business sectors really going in two different directions, and very different directions in many instances at the same time. So what we have had is that we've had a lot of businesses that have closed, including some of those that were impacted by the lockdowns and shutdowns and limitations in terms of their operations that impacted them negatively. And obviously it was very unfortunate for many of those businesses. There are a number of other businesses who have managed to make it thus far, and many of them are the ones who've gotten at least moderate-sized loans from PPP or the Rebuild Virginia program that we've had in place more recently here. So that they've been able to survive, and often with public support in doing that. And part of but they have not been able to thrive in many instances, so that they have been negatively impacted. And some of those are in jeopardy of not being able to survive throughout the rest of the pandemic period if we don't provide some additional help now. On the other hand, our corporate tax revenues are up substantially in Virginia, and that is largely a result of the success of a lot of the larger companies in Virginia. A lot of the larger companies in Virginia have done extraordinarily well during this last 11 to 12 months and have been highly profitable. We've actually have had significant increases in the withholding taxes from employees in Virginia, and most of that has been, a lot of that has been the result of hiring additional people at some of the larger companies. So that was why part of the reason that we wanted to look to doing what we could to provide as much relief as we reasonably and responsibly felt we should do to help a lot of the smaller businesses without unnecessarily going into large tax write-offs, and in fact, having some, in essence, double deductions for some of the benefits that would go to some of these larger companies by making it an unlimited type of thing. And so I think that what we have is something that is a very responsible and reasonable type of approach here that we can go forward with, that I think is good for Virginia's economy. I think it's good for Virginia businesses. I think it's good for Virginians overall. And I hope we would join together in supporting that.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peak rise?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have several questions for the senator from Northern Fairfax.
Senator Yield. Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Yes. Question for Senator. Do you know, and I don't know if you know or finance knows who has the answer, how much money did the state receive from the federal government as a part of the PPP plan, and how much has been spent by the governor, and how much is still left in the governor's funds, not in the budget to be spent, if you know?
Senator, has the floor.
I do know that with the CARES Act money, all of it has been spent. With the PPE, I'm not sure.
Further question? Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I think the chair is right, but I think the answer is none because we have not gotten the PPP money, that it's all gone to businesses. So there was not an amount of PPP money. There was CAA money and there was CARES money, but not PPP money.
Then my question to the senator from Bedford, Mr. President. How much did we receive then of CARES Act or whatever the initials or acronyms are from the federal government as a part of the coronavirus situation?
Mr. Chairman, I know of the $3.3 billion, and then I know that we are prepared to get more that will be coming in. Much of that money was directed, for instance, to education or for other services, but the money has come in, but it also has been in large chunks allocated to those locations.
And Mr. President, further, so most of that money, to your understanding, has been spent at this time?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would say yes. However, there is, under the Biden administration, consideration of sending down additional benefits, and in that benefits, there are discussions that some could be for state and local government relief. That has not been part of what has come down thus far.
Thank you, Senator. And then a further question to either of the senators or anyone who may answer is, I'm trying to come up with the figure that if we do not tax this money, that if our small businesses are not taxed at all, what is the deficit or what is the amount of money that we think will be out for the budget if we actually make all the money that was given to our small businesses tax-free? If we conform fully with the federal government, what amount of money are we talking about?
Mr. President, I would say that that is what we attempted to do with the senator's budget amendment earlier, and I think the number is between $350 and $500 million would come in if we did that way. Under this plan, if you want to do the deduction, it would be somewhere, depending on how many people do apply, somewhere between $100 and $150 million.
Further question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, just to make sure. So if we conform completely, the state would be out $350 million? Is that correct?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, it's a range depending on how many
300 to
deductions they
350. I understand.
So depending on how many they took, it would be somewhere between $350 and $500 million. Under this, we cover about 75% of the businesses. We don't give it all to Amazon, all to some of the biggest companies. We cover about 75% of it, and also it sends back out somewhere around $150 million for the 2 years, assuming we would do both years.
So 100.
Question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. So approximately $150 million out of the approximately $500 million would be given back to our small businesses if we adopt this $100,000 threshold. Is that correct?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, that's round numbers. It could be 350, depending on how much of them were deductions that is allowable. That would be true, and those would be for the delta would be for the very large businesses. That's correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I would like to ask, with the chairman's permission, that the bill be engrossed in advance to the third reading.
Thank the senator. Without objection, question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, with the body's indulgence, I would like to move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading and pass the bill on to its final passage.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, again, with the chair's permission, we've talked about this. I want to move the bill pass and just speak briefly to it.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, we asked and talked to the chair, and she was very kind to allow us to move this forward. This is a bill, as the senator from Fairfax City indicated, we do need to do this as quickly as possible. There are people that will start to fill out their tax forms quickly, and if we mess this up, one, they will delay their tax filing, or number two, they'll have to send in amended returns. And we made that mistake in the past, and we should not make that mistake again. The only thing I'll indicate, Mr. President, is, once again, I really appreciate the fact that the Senate of Virginia is leading on this. I think that there are very brilliant people in the House of Delegates that are waiting for what we do on the floor right now, and then they have indicated that they want to move forward after that, and I appreciate the leadership from the chairman on those items. With that, I'll yield to the gentleman from Southern Fairfax on any other items. Before I do that, maybe just a couple of items that should have said. One is I would hate for anyone to walk away from the chairman's bill and think it was just about PPP, because it's about a lot more. There are a lot of other provisions that she had in her bill, including the COVID-19 related retirement distributions, the above-line charity contribution deductions, the deductions for limitations on certain charitable contributions, the educational payments were included in her bill, the extension of $300 deductible for non-itemized in taxable year 21, the enhanced charitable deductions were in there, the temporary full business meals deduction was there, and many other things. If you add up all the things we're not talking about in the chairman's bill, people in Virginia are going to get over $100 million in additional items they're going to get. So I know there's some out there that will say, well, I would love to have had full conformity in this case, but I will tell you this, if you vote no on this bill, and I hope that no one will, but if you do, you will put Virginians in the worst possible position because they will get zero of the deductions that were sent down in the CAA or the CARES Act. We will get none of it. So the chairman's bill actually doesn't just include the PPP, but includes many other items, giving hundreds of millions of dollars of tax breaks back to working Virginia. Mr. President, with that, I'll yield to the gentleman from Southern Fairfax.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, to address the bill and the motion for passage.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, as I had said earlier, I think this is a very good proposal that we have. It's a compromise that a lot of us have worked on, and I think we are moving in the right direction. Picking up on what the senator from Bedford said just recently in his recent comments on things, the package overall provides substantial relief to individual taxpayers, so that by and large, the individual taxpayers get nearly everything that was in the federal provision to start out with. That provides substantial benefit to individuals in Virginia when there are a number of individuals who are still struggling and are still having limited income as a result of a lost job or a reduction in hours during this pandemic period. We then sort of moved on and addressed the issues in terms of the business community. And that is obviously, as I said earlier, more of a mixed package in that, and by and large, the large businesses in Virginia have been doing quite well, and the corporate income tax collections are the payments that they've been making demonstrate that, because we have had substantial increase in the corporate tax revenues provided to here in Virginia that has almost all been directly related to the larger businesses. So there was not a need to come in and try to rescue them or help a lot of them, but at the same time there were a lot of small businesses who clearly have been negatively impacted by this. And so what we've tried to do is to figure out a way in which to help a lot of the small businesses to be able to help them stay alive if at all possible. And what we may be able to do longer term is to look at continuing to provide additional support depending upon what comes out of the federal government in the next couple of months, because the expectation is that sometime in February or March there will be action at the federal level with another stimulus bill there that hopefully can help a lot of the small businesses. To the extent that the PPP loans did not help some of the small businesses, particularly some of those who did not have long-standing relations with financial institutions. We in Virginia have done our own sort of PPP program with what's known as Rebuild Virginia. Unfortunately, the people who get benefit from that have gotten benefit from the loans that we've provided, and many of which will be converted to grants over time. But they have not gotten any of the benefits either on the income side as a result of the loan at the federal level or on the deductibility side. And so we are addressing that with this bill as well. And I think that does help equalize things at least a little bit among the business community. And I think we are moving in the right direction. And I look forward to continuing to work on this to make sure that our economy rebounds as strongly as it can, which we're already, I think, heading in the right direction. And we just need to keep working at it.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking of the measure.
Senator's the floor.
Just wanted to briefly concur with basically everything that's been said about our small businesses and the need for doing this. As a small business owner, this is something obviously I'm deeply involved with. One of my other jobs, I'm the vice chair of the Virginia Small Business Commission. We got a report at our last meeting that 25% of the small businesses in Virginia have gone out of business during COVID. 25%. That's a huge number. The follow-up question I asked when we got that was how many more are on the brink of going out? We really don't know that, but we know many are struggling. So I believe this is a necessary step we have to take now because many of these businesses are struggling and they need as much help as they can from us. So with that, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1146? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1146 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senate Bill 1146 passes.
Senate Bill 1196, a bill relating to teachers and other licensed school board employees' cultural competency. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1201, a bill relating to taxation of public service corporations, electric suppliers, storage. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Move the adoption of the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and moved on to third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1226, a bill relating to the Compensation Board determining staffing and salaries for an attorney for the Commonwealth. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendment.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1250, a bill relating to criminal history information check required for firearm rentals penalty, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1252, a bill relating to sunset of coal tax credits, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed in advance to its third read.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1257, a bill relating to the standards of quality, work-based learning, teacher leaders and mentors, principal mentors, certain personnel positions and initiatives, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Finance Committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1261, a bill relating to the Court of Appeals, jurisdiction, number of judges, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the Committee on the Judiciary substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the amendment from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1262, a bill relating to restricted licenses, payment of fines and costs.
Go ahead. Sorry, sir.
Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Afternoon, Senator.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1262 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1278, a bill relating to charitable gaming regulations, Texas Hold'em poker games, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriation with an amendment.
The Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
Parliamentary inquiry. Do I need to do two separate motions on that or just define two separate motions?
Yes, Senator. Two separate motions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the finance committee amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1282, a bill relating to greenhouse gas emissions inventory. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the substitute from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1282 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1284, a bill relating to the Commonwealth Energy Policy, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute from the Committee on Commerce and Labor be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1289, a bill relating to health insurance carrier business practices provider contracts, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1301, a bill relating to correctional facilities use of isolated confinement, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the substitute from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the amendments from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1301 be engrossed and passed along to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1310, a bill relating to the employees providing domestic service, the Virginia Human Rights Act application or laws applicable to employee safety and workers' compensation, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Commerce and Labor substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendment from the Finance and Appropriations Committee be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Mr. President.
For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise.
For a motion
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I spoke to the gentlelady from Richmond a little while ago to advise her that there are a number of concerns that have been raised about this bill, particularly as it relates to the committee amendments and whether they address adequately some of the concerns that the business community and individuals who are going to be affected by this.
Mr. Chair, the gentleman from
Sorry, was that a question to the senior senator or?
Mr. President, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will Senator yield? Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'd ask the gentleman from Rockbridge, is his motion he is attempting to make dealing with the workplace harassment bill that was in the Judiciary Committee yesterday?
Senator has the floor.
Indeed it was. I got the wrong one.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1315, a bill relating to criminal proceedings, consideration of mental condition, and intellectual and developmental disabilities. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute from the Judiciary Committee be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1316, a bill relating to child care providers, background check portability, subsidy pilot program report. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendments from the Education and Health Committee be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendments from the Finance and Appropriations Committee be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1316 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1318, a bill relating to environmental justice interagency working group. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
The senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendments.
No, it's okay. I would ask the senator, do you want to reject the first set of amendments to get to the substitute?
I ask that we reject the first committee amendments from General Laws and Technology.
Thank the senator. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Good, I didn't want to, you good?
I move that we reject the committee amendments.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendments are rejected. Senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you for your assistance, Mr. President. I now move the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
I move that SB 1318 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1326, a bill relating to local cigarette taxes, regional cigarette tax boards, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that that bill go by temporarily.
Thank the senator. Without objection, Senate Bill 1326 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1333, a bill relating to pharmaceutical processors, cannabis products, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that the substitute from Education and Health be rejected, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move that the committee substitute from Senate Finance and Appropriation be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the bill is be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutionally required
reading. Thank the senator. Question is, yep, you got it. Question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1339, a bill relating to expungement and sealing of police and court records, expungement fee fund created, protection of public record information penalties, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute. And there's a floor sub.
Floor sub.
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator's the floor.
Okay, let me see. Serville. Here we go. Mr. President, I see that we have a substitute from Judiciary. We have a substitute from Finance and Appropriations. And now we have a 27-page substitute, all from Senator Serville. I was wondering if we could have a Senate rule, perhaps, on a excise tax for Senator Servile's substitutes, or at least maybe our own bin just for Senator Serville substitutes. Is that doable?
I think without objection. Or a swear jar you can put some money into. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's try and get rid of some of these substitutes. So with the recommendation that it be rejected, I would move that we adopt the Judiciary Committee substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Likewise, with the recommendation to be rejected, I would move that we adopt the Finance Committee substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the floor amendment in the nature of a substitute. And speaking of that motion.
Does the senator want to waive the reading?
Sure, that'd be a good idea.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'll read it if you want.
Reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Now I would move the floor amendment in the nature of a substitute and speak of that motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This floor amendment in the nature of a substitute is absolutely identical to the substitute that came out of the Finance Committee with one change, and that's we removed the sealability of any DUI or domestic violence convictions from the ambit of the Act. Otherwise, it's identical to what came out of the Finance Committee. Having said that, I would move the substitute again.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would the senator yield for a question?
Senator yield.
I'll yield.
Mr. President, and I'm sorry the senator came over to me and advised a couple things, but I wanted to ask the question, is the crime of larceny crimes of embezzlement, are they still included in the items that could be sealed?
Senator, has the floor.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a parliamentary inquiry
Yes,
as well.
Senator, has the floor.
Judge, I thought the senator from Richmond had a very good idea. Maybe we could put in a Senate rule that requires unanimous consent for the senator from Eastern Fairfax and the senator from Franklin before they speak any more of this session. Is that in order, Mr. President?
That is in order,
Thank you.
I think. Without objection. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1341, a bill relating to Health Insurance Association health plan for real estate salespersons. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the floor substitute. Waive the reading of the floor substitute. I apologize.
Thank the senator. It's okay. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be adopted, and just briefly addressing changes.
Senator's the floor.
From the introduced bill, I was supposed to have it had this substitute adopted at the committee level and forgot to make the motion there. What it does is it changes two things in the provision that are significant for the plan, health plan for realtors that it would be available around the Commonwealth. One is that it limits it directly to just realtors, so it's not an association broad association health plan, as was the bill that we had last year. And secondly, there is a provision in there relating to addressing a concern that had been expressed last year related to disparity in premiums by different age groups, and that has been incorporated into this substitute.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that it be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1350, a bill relating to statewide prioritization process, projection selection. Reported from the Committee on Transportation with the substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the Transportation Committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced on to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1362, a bill to require employers to report outbreaks of COVID-19 emergency. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the substitute from the Committee on Education and Health.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendments from the Finance and Appropriations Committee.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1362 be engrossed and advanced on to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1363, a bill relating to the Board of Local and Regional Jails, Powers and Duties, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with the substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with the substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could that bill go by temporarily to get a technical question dealt with?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1363 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1380, a bill relating to electric utilities, electric school bus projects report, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1380 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1382, a bill relating to purchase, possession, or transportation of firearms following conviction for assault and battery of a family or household member. Penalties. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the floor amendment be adopted. And speaking to that motion.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I draw your attention to the last page of the substitute, lines 829 through 833. What this substitute does is it directs the Virginia State Crime Commission to study and provide recommendations related to establishing a process for the restoration of firearm rights for those persons convicted of an assault and battery against a household member. Having explained the substitute again, I renew my motion that the substitute pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
This is for second read, correct? So this is just engrossment.
That's correct.
All right, thanks.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1392, a bill relating to Consumer Data Protection Act, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the General Laws and Technology Committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Committee on Finance and Appropriations amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1395, a bill relating to elections, prohibited discrimination in voting and elections administration, required process for enacting certain covered practices, civil causes of action. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry, I think, from the clerk. I'm not sure if the finance substitute, which has technical corrections, should supersede the privileges and elections substitute. In other words, are they in conflict and I need to only
Yes.
adopt? Okay.
So I think we would, if the senator would want to reject the P&E substitute to get to the other substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the P&E committee substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute from the Finance and Appropriations Committee be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1395 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1396, a bill relating to sewage, on-site sewage indemnification fund, wastewater infrastructure policy working group, regulations report, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1396 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1401, a bill relating to standards of learning assessments, reduction report, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Washington, Senator Pillion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1406, a bill relating to marijuana, legalization of simple possession penalties, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute from Rehabilitation and Social Services be agreed to.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the substitute from Judiciary be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment from the Committee on Finance and Appropriation be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1406 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1418, a bill relating to implementation of federal mandates, grants by the Commonwealth, certification of employment, waiver or reduction of capital investment and local match requirements. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third read.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1428, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, operation of government stores, sale of low alcohol beverage coolers. Reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with amendments, and reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1428 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1442, a bill relating to public defender offices, County of Chesterfield. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1442 be engrossed and passed along to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1443, a bill relating to elimination of mandatory minimum sentences, modification of sentence to mandatory minimum term of confinement for felony offenses. Reported for the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the Judiciary Committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the floor amendment, line amendments be adopted. First of all, I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I now move that the floor amendments be adopted.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, these are technical line amendments involving just one line, and it deletes upon any property listed in the section, and it deletes that and then puts the property involved. That's all it does. Very technical line amendments. I move that the floor amendments be adopted.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Now, Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1462, a bill relating to the Virginia Digital Equity Pilot Program and Fund. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1469, a bill relating to establishing an opioid abatement authority. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Yes, we have a floor substitute, and I move adoption of the floor substitute. It's just waive the reading of the floor substitute. Well, actually, I could read the whole thing in less time, but I'll officially move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator.
Adopt the floor amendment.
Yes. Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I now move that we adopt the floor amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Yes. This has basically just one sentence there dealing with voting privileges. So,
thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1471, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, local outdoor refreshment areas, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance this to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Returning to page 34, Senate Bill 1326, there is a floor substitute that is being passed out right now.
From Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I would point out this is my very first floor amendment of the session. So I'm not responsible for the orange paper in your trash baskets. As that's being distributed, I've moved that we waive the reading of the floor substitute. But first, I would ask that we reject that the committee amendment passed, but that we reject that motion.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. President, I would ask that we waive the reading of the floor substitute that's being distributed.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill deals with making cigarette tax stamping uniform as much as possible, making it much more simpler throughout the Commonwealth. The reason that it's necessary is last year we authorized all of the counties, 90-some additional localities, to adopt this tax, and it would be virtually impossible under the current old antiquated system to do that. The floor substitute makes a couple of changes that were requested. The first one would, the size of the board was required to be at least 10 members as it came out of the Senate Finance Committee. That first amendment on the substitute reduces that to 6 or more. So that was a request for particularly some of the large rural localities. That 6, I think, is a good number, and that was requested. The other amendment that's a part of this, the language as it came out of Senate Finance, and I concurred with this, I wanted to get uniformity eventually statewide, and that would have included requiring all the towns and cities to, by January the 1st of 2026, to form regional boards as much as possible. That caused quite a bit of uproar from all of the cities and towns that are currently administering it. So I think now if we eliminate that provision, which the substitute does, we'll not require them to do it, but we'll have 5 years to get to that point, and that's what the original legislation did. So I hope we can continue to work on simplifying our collection of cigarette taxes. But with that, Mr. President, I would ask that we adopt the floor substitute.
Mr. President.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from Augusta yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I'd be pleased to yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I asked the gentleman, we're talking about standardization of stamping, which I see in line 45B, 1 through 3. Is that where that's covered, sir?
Mr.
Mr.
The floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the Senator that yes, that is a part of the description of the functions of the board.
Mr. President, the gentleman yield for another question.
Senator Yield.
Be pleased to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
President, I asked the gentleman, I don't know really what 4 is, but 5 through 9 seem to give this board the ability to collect, distribute, monitor. It kind of seems to put it in charge of the tax. And so there are a couple questions as to how would that be paid for, as well as then it begins to draw into question the complexity of putting counties together. What's the gentleman's position on that?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the Senator that we have a good model for this in Northern Virginia that's been going on for almost 50 years now, where all of those localities have found it very functional to band together to make this overhead more reasonable. And there is a discount that's offered to cover the cost of collecting this tax that's paid back from the Department of Taxation to pay for the overhead. There is no requirement that these localities be contiguous in this particular legislation, and I'm aware of particular concerns that some counties have had as they're contemplating adopting the tax as far as how they could form boards. So if that addresses the question, I'd be glad to expand further if there's a further question.
Further question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Gentleman yield.
Senator Yield.
Be pleased to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, yes, sir, I guess there's a further question on just how it works, who pays for it, where does the money come from for this authority to do this work. But secondarily, down in C, I rolled my bill into the gentleman's last year for this, and some of my localities that asked me to bring it are not here. They have not gotten to the point, but are anticipating it in the future. And I think may be concerned that they're penalized under this bill, that they just haven't gotten their ducks in a row and are ready to go. Mr. President, I ask the gentleman to give me his reflections on that.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman that I don't view this as a penalty. They will have the opportunity to adopt ordinances or resolutions to enact the tax locally if they want. The provision that is included in this, if they are a county that's not previously administered the tax, they would be required, as much as is practical, to join up with a board so that regionally we would have more regional boards. And I'm aware that since this went into effect in July 1 of last year, that many localities are beginning to plan for that. They like the model in Northern Virginia. The Northern Virginia board members have been sharing information, and it should be a fairly easy process to expedite the collection of tobacco tax for those localities that wish to enact ordinances. And further, I would say, and I'm aware and it may be where the senator is heading, of specific localities, including York, that have expressed some concern because they weren't sure who to pair up with, and the possibility that they may not have a regional partners or to pair up with, that I consider this a work in progress, and I've communicated with York County and am hoping to figure out a way that we can somehow have a waiver or exception process if in fact we run into those circumstances. The truth of the matter is it's an antiquated collection system, and the wholesalers that take care of this stamping process for us, for the state and local governments, just do not have they can't ramp up to take on almost 100 additional counties or localities that would do this. So we're looking for an efficient system to effect the collection of this tax.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. What purpose, Senator from Arlington? Senator Favola, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like the senator from Augusta to yield for a question, if he would.
Senator Yield.
Be pleased to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Senator. I have received several email messages, one from Arlington County, and of course Arlington is not a member of the Northern Virginia Regional Board and would choose not to be.
Right.
So they're wondering why they can't have the flexibility to not join. That's question one, and I have a follow-up question.
Okay. My response to that, Mr. President, to the gentlelady from Arlington, is that there is another line in the substitute that does say that any locality that had tobacco tax in place prior to the enactment of this ordinance would be essentially be grandfathered in. They wouldn't have to be required to join a board. So that would apply to Arlington.
Okay.
Further question?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Yield. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Yes, I yield.
Yield. All right,
Second question. The Virginia Association of Counties is wondering what would happen if localities could not join a board. We're not welcome. There was some local politics going on out of their control. The question is, why would they be penalized as well?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say to the senator from Arlington that I don't anticipate that being a problem. If we feel that it is, in the process, I'm working with the chair of the House Finance Committee and trying to get this right. Perhaps, and we need to put some waiver process in if you can't get along with neighbors in a region, so that. But the essence of it is, it's impractical to continue this antiquated tax with every locality. The wholesalers having to go to every locality all over the state to effect these stamps in place. It's a control system, but it's impractical. So we'll have to deal with the exceptions and I'm willing to do that personally if we have additional tweaks that we need to make to this to deal with the exceptions. If there's a county that wants to collect, which they didn't have the authority before, I think we need to recognize that. We're granting that authority, but with that authority, there may be some bumps in the road as how we implement this statewide. The wholesalers are simply not in a position to run to every locality all over the state. In Northern Virginia, which you're from obviously, but with the non-participating locality, has been very effective now for 50 years in doing this, so we have a great model to do it.
And I thank the senator. I agree in theory with where he's heading, and I hope we can get the implementation tweaks worked out. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hampton? Senator Locke, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the senator from Augusta would yield for a question.
Senator Yield.
Be pleased to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the senator from Augusta. I heard him mention something relative to York County, because York County was one of the ones that spoke against the legislation, and if he would repeat the implications of this for a locality like York, which had some very critical concerns with regard to this legislation.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say to the senator from Hampton that, yes, I've communicated directly with the deputy county administrator from York County, trying to suggest ways that they could work it out. And in fact, there are options that I see. There are members of the Northern Neck. So if you're thinking about coming across the river and back into Williamsburg, areas like that, if you look north, there are counties in the northern neck that are either contiguous, or if they're not contiguous, they're in the general region there that could cooperate with York in forming a regional board. Now, having said that, we also may need to come up with some mechanism for a waiver from the Department of Taxation if, in fact, there's a locality that simply cannot join a regional board and wants to authorize the tobacco tax.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would the gentleman from Augusta County yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Be pleased to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I'm going to preface my question with the following. Just 3 or 4 miles down 95 in the city of Richmond is a cigarette production plant, Altria. It produces 1/2 of all of the cigarettes consumed in the United States. I didn't misspeak. Produces 1/2 of all the cigarettes consumed in the United States. My question is, I noticed that on line 14 you struck city or town, and I also noticed that on 62, subsection C, it says, no county shall impose a tax under this article. Did you deliberately and purposely, I hope, delete city from this legislation?
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say to the junior senator from Richmond, that was intentional, but it applies to the requirement that they have to join a board in order to adopt the tax. So there was no county that was previously levying the tax, which there are only a couple, or any city or town which has had that authority for many years. If they have been already, the cities and towns are exempted from the requirement to join a board at this time.
Further question, Mr. President.
Senator Yield.
So there are no implications for a city in the Commonwealth. No city is required to join a board or to impose a tax. Is that right?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the senator that is correct, that in the original bill that I had, I was going to require the cities and towns to join a board by January the 1st of 2026. Got quite a bit of pushback by that because they've used to the process. And I talked to the wholesale distributors that have the responsibility for doing the stamping now, and they were in agreement that they are already doing that. They can handle that. They just can't handle the additional work that would be required from the others that are joining now.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Gentleman, yield for a question, Mr. President.
Senator Yield.
Be pleased to yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was listening to the gentleman's discussion with the gentlelady from Hampton, and he mentioned that the Northern Neck might be a possibility in joining up with York, and I thought it might be an opportune time to inform the gentleman that I've already heard from 3 of those counties who have quite a bit of consternation about this legislation and this. And so I've heard you discuss possible tweaks and exceptions and working through that. Is the gentleman willing to maybe take this by for a little bit and let's put a couple of those tweaks in this substitute now so that these counties would have less consternation? Because I'm sensing there's a whole lot of consternation in the counties based upon the questions that members of this body have.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman that that's the issue in a nutshell. It is impractical for this large expansion to go statewide on the wholesalers who have this responsibility for doing the stamping without counties coming together in a very efficient way that's already been demonstrated in a model in Northern Virginia for the last 50 years. So those localities, some of which are small localities, the legislation that I carried last year grants them the authority to levy an additional tax. This is simply a simple way to collect it. So I would hope they would get over their consternation, and if there are any real issues other than they just don't want to join a regional board or create one so that they can efficiently collect it, then perhaps we can address that, but I wouldn't want to tweak the whole bill away.
I take that as no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute bill as now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Returning to page 38, Senate Bill 1363, a bill relating to Board of Local and Regional Jails, powers and duties, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the substitute from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Mr. President.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask the body to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1250 on page 24 was engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading?
Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1250 was engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, the gentlelady was kind enough to tell me that she was going to make a motion on this bill. I will allow, you know, I guess she's going to make her motion. I would move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading. This bill came to me after two young men within the space of 5 days went to a shooting range, a gun range in Hanover County, rented firearms, went into the range, and took their lives. There have been two other deaths in the last year at shooting ranges in Virginia, one that I know of, one in Loudoun County, one night before last in Colonial Heights. Now, the thing about these two young men in Hanover County is that neither one could purchase a firearm because they'd had problems in the past, and a background check would have shown that. We passed a bill last year to require background checks for commercial transactions. But the ATF does not view our rental language. They will not allow a background check for a federal background check. So the purpose of this bill is to provide a state background check when a firearm is rented by a firearm dealer. Read the bill. It doesn't apply to everybody. We put the bill off to January 1, 2023 to basically to to get rid of the fiscal impact, because this is going to require the state police to do some things that they don't normally do. But that's what the bill does. That's what it's about. I understand that the Senator from Henrico has a substitute motion, and I would ask you to hear her out and then reject her motion.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank the patron for bringing this bill, because this is an issue about which I, too, am deeply concerned. I have one of the families that he referred to is in my district, and I spent a lot of time on the phone with the mother of the young man that committed suicide at the range, and I'm very empathetic to finding a path forward that will successfully help us protect those with mental health issues that shouldn't be putting themselves or others in danger. However, this bill doesn't accomplish that goal, and it's come to my attention that there's a very easy change and pivot that makes this bill a workaround. There also is not the capacity there. The state police are currently working on this after conversations that I and he and others this year have had with them to figure out a path forward because of the difficulties with the federal government doing these checks. But this bill will not accomplish the goal we all seek. There is a budget amendment that is in now to look at this and figure out the right way forward with the state police who are already working on this. And instead of, passing a bill that is not going to succeed in accomplishing this goal, I would like to recommend that we send this back to the Judiciary Committee and that we work on this and find a way to really make a difference. This is back to our conversation about how do we deal with mental health and how do we make sure that we protect people. If we're going to go to the effort to make sure somebody's registered to not receive a handgun, we need to make sure that we can make that happen. And so I am asking that we take a different path to accomplish that, because this bill will not accomplish it for us. Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is to send it back to Judiciary.
Thank the Senator. So there's a substitute motion on the floor to recommit to the Committee on Judiciary. For-purpose Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise.
I'd like to speak to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill will not access the federal records check. To that extent, the Senator from Henrico is correct. But the way this bill is drafted, it will certainly allow us, as of January 1, 2023, to access convictions that occur in Virginia. It will allow us to access commitments that have occurred in Virginia. And we will be able to know whether under Virginia law, things that have occurred in Virginia, whether one who attempts to rent a firearm from a licensed dealer is eligible. So I would argue that the bill is, the way it's drafted, will be effective. It can't bring any of these young people back. It can't bring those two young men from Hanover County or the two young men that died there last year back. But hopefully it can prevent some tragedies. Now, the reality is there's not a lot of research on suicide. But the research that's been done suggests that people who are intent on taking their lives develop a plan for that. And if you can block that plan, if you can put anything in the way of it being carried out, you may prevent the suicide. You may save someone's life. And that's what this bill's about, and I think it will be effective.
Thank the Senator. For-purpose Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise.
Rise to ask a question. I don't know if the senator from Bath or whomever is the right person, but under 18.2-308.2:2, this is the current law. Criminal history record information check required for the transfer of certain firearms. Part B, subpart 1, no dealer shall sell, rent, trade, or transfer from his inventory any such firearm to any other person who is a resident of Virginia until he has obtained a written consent and other information, basically a background check.
And Mr. President, I will yield. I can answer that question.
The floor.
Because when these families reached out to me this past late summer, early fall, my first reaction was looking at the code. I said, this already applies to rentals. But once I spoke with the state police, and once I did a little more digging, the problem is ATF does not interpret it that way. They don't allow access to federal records, NCIC, for a rental transaction. That's why we're basically having, with this bill, to create a state record search.
Further question.
Senator Yield.
So basically,
Yield.
we're going
Yield, you have the floor.
I guess, Senator Deeds, if we pass your bill, we're creating sort of our own separate database to deal with rentals as opposed to the national database which deals with sales, even though our, yes.
Mr. President, I would say the gentleman is partially correct. The database already exists. We are seeking state convictions and state mental health records, and that's part of the national record, but the part of the reason why the delayed, well, the entire reason why this bill is delayed and its effectiveness to January 1, 2023, is that the state police will have to do some rejiggering. They will have to create a separate sort of records check for rental. Yes.
Further question?
Now, I'm going to speak briefly to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
And I've been listening to both sides, and you know, truth be told, I'm a gun owner, and it's always trying to keep up with the latest laws is pretty confusing, even if you're writing those laws. And I'll give you an example. This year, I had a neighbor who was moving and offered to give me a 12-gauge shotgun, and I said, well, you can't give it to me. I'm a state official. I'll buy it from you. And then, knowing it was a private sale, I tried to go to a gun store and to get a background check done. They didn't want to do it because it wasn't their sale. So I ended up getting in contact with the state police, but the barracks was closed, so I ended up sending away basically an application, and it took about 4 weeks before I finally got it back to just confirm I wasn't a criminal. So, I mean, it happened. I guess my point is that as we create these laws, and these are important laws, and this looks like this is going to be an expansion of those laws, we need to bring the state police along with us, because we're creating a lot of record-keeping requirements, and I don't know if the infrastructure's there right now. In fact, I know for a fact it's not. And so I know what's happening, and I'm actually going to stick with my friend from Bath on this, but I think the points that Senator Donovan makes are incredibly important, that this isn't really going to do anything for a couple of years because we just don't have the infrastructure to handle the background checks. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to this.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I think we need to look at what the underlying issue is. Is the underlying issue that somebody's renting a gun? No. The underlying issue is a mental health issue. And unfortunately, if somebody's determined to take their life, they're going to figure out how to do it. And if you take away their first course of action, they're going to find a second. And if you take away that second course of action, they're going to find a third. Mr. President, we can legislate all day long, but we're not going to be able to stop people who are determined to commit suicide. It's a mental health related issue, and truly, if we want to address it, we need to address it through the mental health system, not through banning guns, banning cars, banning whatever other weapon that they could possibly do. But, Mr. President, I think we're trying to go the wrong path to solve something that's truly a mental health issue here. We need to identify what the issue is, which is a mental health issue. And that's how we solve this problem. So I'm going to stand strong with the senator from Henrico on this, because we really have to focus our laws and legislation on truly the core issues we're trying to solve. This is a mental health issue. It's not a gun-related issue or a rental-related issue. And we need to look at the businesses we're going to harm from this. The ones out in the western part of the state who rent shotguns to shoot skeet. There's a lot of other things we're going to harm with something like this. And frankly, I think this is a wrong direction. This is truly a mental health issue that needs to be truly solved that way. Thank you.
Mr. President?
For what purpose, Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis, rise?
Speaking to the motion, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, just let me I thought to make an observation which may inform some people's decisions on this. along the lines of what the senator from Fairfax City said, we've got a bill with a 2-year delayed enactment clause on it. We have absolutely not the infrastructure in place now to accomplish what it seeks to accomplish. But it's also my understanding that there is budget language in this budget that will direct the state police to come up with protocols to avoid protocols and recommendations to avoid these types of incidents. And so it seems to me we should let that play out. I would assume, hopeful that language makes it into the final version of the budget, since it's language and I don't think has any money associated with it. And let that play out, because again, this has a 2-year delayed enactment on it anyway. Let that play out and see where we are after that language is, and they've had a chance to provide guidance to these facilities as to how to avoid these tragic situations. So I think that argues well for the gentlewoman's motion.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the senator from Henrico wish to be heard regarding the motion? Seeing none, senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, I want to clarify my position on this. I think there is a problem here that we do need to solve. The family that I'm referencing had done everything they should do. They had their son registered to make sure he couldn't purchase a gun. They were heartbroken that despite all of the precautions they'd taken, the system didn't work for them. I earnestly want to find a way to make this work. This bill, however, does not accomplish our goal. I've had a conversation with the patron. This bill would not have stopped all, I believe, but one of the incidents we've had in Virginia in the last year. And I really want to find a solution. Our state police are very creative. They're very intent on working on this. We need to give them a little time. We've got one solution that's been offered in this bill. I think we need to work through the budget and find a way that we can honestly accomplish our goal here. It feels good to pass a bill that's addressing an issue that we're concerned about, as I am, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't get the job done. So let the subject matter experts of state police help us figure out how to get this job done, because it's important. I ask that you re-refer this to judiciary.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1250 be recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Chair is uncertain. We will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1250 be recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The motion passes. The bill is recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Returning to page 11, Senate Bill 1357.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, there's a floor substitute.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to move first the committee substitute. I move that we accept the committee no, I'm sorry. With the recommendation we reject the committee substitute, I move the substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thanks, Senator. Before we get there, does the Senator want to reject the committee amendments from the Committee on Finance?
My apologies. I didn't know there was a second set. Yes, I move we reject. With the recommendation we reject, I move the amendments from the Committee on Finance.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee amendments are rejected. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you. Now, Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel the enthusiasm. This is the bill on diagnostic assessments of our children, especially the press is to start it this fall. And the goal had been to really assess every child to see where they were and make sure we could move forward. But there are realities, as we all know, in legislating. And in order to make this fiscally aligned with the resources we have, it's abbreviated a little bit. It's basically covering K to 8. But it does allow us to have those assessments start this year. And we will be able to do a diagnostic assessment of each child to make sure they're performing and where they're performing in math and English in the fall, again in the winter, and in the spring. And that's so different than our history of SOLs, where we're just waiting to see what happens at the end. This gives us a chance to intervene in the course, and that, Mr. President, is the amendment. And I renew my request to approve it.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance this to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading. Page 49.
Page 49, regular calendar, Senate bills on first reading. Senate Bill 1209, a bill relating to liability of contractor for wages of subcontractors' employees. Senate Bill 1360, regular calendar, Senate bills on first reading. A bill relating to the Virginia Human Rights Act, non-discrimination in employment, sexual harassment, and workplace harassment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that this bill be recommitted to the Committee for Commerce and Labor. And speaking to that motion, can I not make that motion now?
Second reading.
Has to be on second.
Yes, sir. It has to be on second. Sorry, it has to be read a second time. It's on first reading now.
I'll get it right next time.
Okay. Is that the Senior Senator for Richmond City's bill as well? Okay. You okay, Senior Senator from Richmond City?
I live another day.
Thank the Senator.
Uncontested calendar, Senate resolution on third reading. Senate Resolution 95, supporting the establishment of a commemorative commission to honor Booker T. Washington with a statue in the old Senate chamber.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to Senate Resolution 95. Speaking to that.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to thank, most appropriately, the senator from Hampton to honor one of Hampton's greatest graduates in her capacity as Chair of Rules and helping get this to the floor today, and our clerk, who's been great in helping consult in how we bring about such an honor to Capitol Square. Booker T. Washington's autobiography, Up From Slavery, is still in print 120 years after its original publication. And in that autobiography, he begins with a discussion of his undated and unrecognized birth in Franklin County. And while his actual birthday still remains known only to God, thousands annually come to right outside Smith Mountain Lake, to the area where he grew up, not far from where the senator from Franklin County practices law today. In his early years there were very difficult. he wrote, "I cannot recall a single instance during my childhood or early boyhood when our entire family sat down at the table together. God's blessing was asked, and the family ate a meal in a civilized manner. On the plantation in Virginia, and even later, meals were gotten to the children very much as dumb animals get theirs. It was a piece of bread here and a scrap of meat there." Now, on Juneteenth, every year, when folks gather there near Smith Mountain Lake, where he grew up, there's a great live history event that recounts the moments before he learned of his freedom. And at the plantation he lived at, rumors were swirling that the Union soldiers were approaching and that they were going to bring significant news to them. And everyone was talking about what this would mean for them. And for Booker T. Washington, he was very clear that freedom was going to mean the opportunity to pursue an education. He had dreams of learning to read and becoming a great educated person. And he ended up receiving that education here in Virginia at Hampton. And after he grew up a little bit there at Smith Mountain Lake, he moved further west into West Virginia for a little bit. But when he came back to Hampton, came to Hampton for the first time, he had to cross our great Commonwealth. And he didn't have much money. And by the time he got to Richmond, where he didn't know anyone, he had no money at all. And at the time, there was some elevated sidewalks near downtown, and he slept under those sidewalks. He slept there during the nights, and during the day, he went down to the James River, and he unloaded pig iron from a ship that was docked there on the James. And that's how he earned enough money to get to Hampton. And when he was at Hampton, he received a great education, and he achieved his dream of getting a great education. But more importantly, he multiplied that education for tens of thousands of other Americans. A lot of folks are familiar with his work at Tuskegee. He helped start several different facilities across the United States. But Tuskegee alone, during his lifetime, was responsible for tens of thousands of Americans receiving the education that bettered their lives and their families. He was also significant in industry and in churches across the country and politically. And a boy who had never had a proper meal growing up actually became the very first black man to ever dine at the White House. And that came after great discrimination. And even when he had that honor, there was more discrimination to that. And the terrible, terrible things were said. But he continued to develop relationships across the country. And I could talk about Booker T. Washington for a long time, but I just want to close with the words he closed his autobiography up from slavery. He said, "As I write the closing words of this autobiography, I find myself not by design in the city of Richmond, Virginia, the city which only a few decades ago was the capital of the Southern Confederacy, and where about 25 years ago, because of my poverty, I slept night after night under a sidewalk. Now in the presence of hundreds, the city council, the state legislature, and state officials, I deliver my message of hope and cheer, and from the bottom of my heart, I thanked both races for this welcome back to the state that gave me birth." Booker T. Washington is a great Virginian. We do a good job of claiming several of our other Virginians, and I'm so proud that when folks come here, they can't forget that George Washington is from Virginia. And I would very much hope that we put this statue here in our Capitol so that folks will learn of Booker T. Washington's contributions, and everyone will know he's a great Virginian as well. And I hope the Senate will pass Senate Resolution 95.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Resolution 95? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Resolution 95? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to Senate Resolution 95.
Memorial resolutions.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move the memorial resolutions on pages 51 through 55, that's HJR 623 through SR 116, be considered in a block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 51 through 55, House Joint Resolution 623 through Senate Resolution 116, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 623, celebrating the life of Robert E. Mannion. House Joint Resolution 624, celebrating the life of Eric Gutschall. House Joint Resolution 625, celebrating the life of George H. Banks. House Joint Resolution 627, celebrating the life of Alfred Ernest Moreau. House Joint Resolution 631, celebrating the life of the Honorable Bernard S. Cohen.
Mr. President?
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Could HJR 631 come out of the block?
Without objection, HJR 631 will be removed from the block.
House Joint Resolution 633, celebrating the life of Kelly Bryce Walters. Senate Joint Resolution 316, celebrating the life of Edith Luke Martin. And there's a floor substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I waive reading of the floor substitute be waived.
Thank the Senator. The question is, should the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 333, celebrating the life of Frederick Cameron. Senate Joint Resolution 335, celebrating the life of Roy L. Pearson. Senate Joint Resolution 337, celebrating the life of Mary Esterine Hunley Moyer. Senate Joint Resolution 338, celebrating the life of Jane Carey Gardner. Senate Joint Resolution 339, celebrating the life of Edward A. Chappell, Jr. Senate Joint Resolution 342, celebrating the life of Wendell Harding Butler. Senate Joint Resolution 343, celebrating the life of Charles Wallace Nuttycombe, Sr. Senate Joint Resolution 345, celebrating the life of Sigmund Edward Davidson. Senate Joint Resolution 348, celebrating the life of Michael Wayne Woods. Senate Joint Resolution 349, celebrating the life of William Henry Edwards, Sr. Senate Joint Resolution 351, celebrating the life of Sally G. Lamb. Senate Joint Resolution 352, celebrating the life of John B. Davis. Senate Joint Resolution 353, celebrating the life of William Mance. Senate Joint Resolution 354, celebrating the life of Carl David Stoltzford, Sr. Senate Joint Resolution 355, celebrating the life of Joseph Briscoe Dellinger. Senate Joint Resolution 356, celebrating the life of Lowell Robert Barb. Senate Joint Resolution 360, celebrating the life of Gene Smith Brown. Senate Joint Resolution 364, celebrating the life of Stephen Johnson. Senate Joint Resolution 368, celebrating the life of John Chatburn Stevens. Senate Joint Resolution 369, celebrating the life of C. Opal B. Abernathy. Senate Joint Resolution 375, celebrating the life of Elaine Dolores Walker. Senate Joint Resolution 377, celebrating the life of Officer Brian David Sicknick. Senate Joint Resolution 378, celebrating the life of the Honorable Robert Latham Calhoun.
Mr. President,
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
could Senate Joint Resolution 378 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 378 will be removed from the block.
Senate Joint Resolution 380, celebrating the life of the Honorable Jerry M. Wood.
Mr. President,
Senator from Bath, Senator
could
Deeds.
Senate Joint Resolution 380 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 380 will be removed from the block.
Senate Joint Resolution 386, celebrating the life of Sarah Lou P. Snyder. Senate Joint Resolution 391, celebrating the life of Lester Zidell. Senate Joint Resolution 393.
Mr. President,
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
the Senate Joint Resolution 393 come out of the block and by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 393 will come out of the block and go by for the day.
Senate Joint Resolution 394, celebrating the life of Carla Yvette Savage Wells. Senate Resolution 104, celebrating the life of the Honorable Leslie D. Campbell.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, could the SGR for Les Campbell come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Resolution 104 will be removed from the block.
Senate Resolution 106, celebrating the life of Avicia Beatrice Hooper Thorpe. Senate Resolution 107, celebrating the life of Elizabeth Bateman Stone. Senate Resolution 108, celebrating the life of Brian Wayne Gallatin. Senate Resolution 110, celebrating the life of Thomas Henry Francis. Senate Resolution 111, celebrating the life of Pauline Allen Mitchell. And there's a floor substitute.
The senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. The senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Mr. President, I move that SR 111 be added back to the block. And
Does
agreed
this,
to.
so does senator want to agree to the floor sub?
Oh, sorry, Mr. President. Okay. Mr. President, I move that we agree to the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is agreed to.
Senate Resolution 112, celebrating the life of the Reverend Dr. Willie Woodson. Senate Resolution 115, celebrating the life of James Perry Wark. Senate Resolution 116, celebrating the life of Ray K. Hale.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions will please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
As Joint Resolution 631.
Mr. President,
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
This is the memorial resolution for former Delegate Bernie Cohn.
Yes.
And I move that it pass.
Senators, the floor. Do you want to speak to it, or you just?
We heard some nice remembrances about his important work in the case of Loving versus Virginia and his work here in Richmond in the General Assembly earlier in this session, and he'll be fondly remembered. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 378.
From Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move the resolution pass, and speaking to the resolution.
Senators, the floor.
Former Senator Bob Calhoun passed away this past August 6th. He served here in the Senate from 1988 to 1996, but I think back in Alexandria, a lot of people still fondly remember him as a member of the community and a member of the city council before his service in the Senate. He started his career in politics by running a race against Jim Thompson, who was the majority leader in the House of Delegates from Alexandria. He didn't win that race, but he wasn't deterred. He soon won a seat on the city council, and despite being the lone Republican on the council at the time, he became vice mayor only 3 years later and helped more Republicans win election to that body. He promoted the development of the Alexandria Torpedo Factory Arts Center and helped lay the groundwork for the creation of our local Dash bus system. He was passionate on transportation issues, always affable, informed, witty, engaging. Bob Calhoun will be missed by his wife Sandy, his 3 sons, and by those who knew him here in the Senate, as well as members of the community in Alexandria. With that, I move the resolution pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I only want to say briefly, I had the pleasure to serve with Bob on the Code Commission, and if you didn't have the opportunity to serve with him, he was sharp as a tack, he had a very dry wit, and he was quite a character, and he will certainly be missed, because even after his time on those arduous Code Commission meetings, he would still contact us about things that he saw that we were doing improperly to make sure that we were doing them properly in the future.
Thank the Senator. The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 380.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the resolution. I'd like to speak to that for a
Senators,
second.
the floor.
In 1991, 21 people were elected for the first time to the House of Delegates. A number of them moved on to this body, and there's still 2 people left here that were first elected to the House of Delegates in 1991. Jerry Wood was elected from Fauquier County. He was one of 7 Democrats. That class, there were 14 Republicans and 7 Democrats. He was elected in 91. He served 1 term, 1 2-year term. Jerry brought a tremendous vigor to the job. He left a mark. He was well thought of by people that he served with and people that he met on the street. He's a great guy. And the 2 years he served in Richmond were remembered every day for the rest of his life. Now, while Jerry Wood only served here 2 years, he went back to Warrenton and was very active with his community, active as helping young people prove to be good citizens. He served on town council. He was a thorough citizen of his community. He left a mark in this world, and he is tremendously missed by the people that knew him and the people that loved him.
Thank the Senator. The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Senate Resolution 104.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that the resolution pass, and speaking briefly to resolution.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Les Campbell was a senator from Hanover, it seems like eons ago. I certainly did not know him as well as one of his daughters who practiced law with me, but he is certainly well respected and served the district with the utmost integrity until right after the time that I was born. He will be sorely missed by his family, and we thank them for sharing him with us.
Thank the senator. The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that the commending resolutions on pages 56 through 62, it's HJR 615 through SR 121, SJR, be considered in the block by a voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions, with the understanding that any senator can remove a resolution from the block. Who wants to will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the commending resolutions on pages 56 through 62, House Joint Resolution 615 through Senate Resolution 121, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the numbers of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolutions 615, 617, 619, 620, 621, 622, 630, 632, 634, 635, 636, 637, 638, Senate Joint Resolutions 331, 332, 334, 336, 340, 341, 344, 346, 347, 350, 357, 358, 359, 361, 362, 363, 365, 366, 367, 370, 371, 373, 374, 376, 379, 381, 382, 383, 384, 385, 387, 388, 389, 390, 392, 395, 396, 398, Senate Resolutions 105, 109, 113, 114, 117, 118, 119, 120, and 121.
Question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, on page 57, could SJR 331 come out of the block?
Without objection, SJR 331 will be removed from the block. Question is, shall the remaining resolutions be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that SJR 331 on page 57 be returned to recommitted to the Committee on Rules.
Thank the senator. The question. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 331 be re-referred to the Committee on Rules? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. SJR 331 is re-referred to the Committee on Rules.
Supplemental calendar number 1. Unfinished business Senate. Senate Bill 1445. Pass the House with a substitute with amendment.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House amendments. This aligns the two bills so that they are ready to go get signed and we can get some vaccination done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Oh, okay. Sorry, it's going to be a recorded vote. So the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills on first reading on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 2 through 5, that's SB 1265 through SB 1411, that the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 2 through 5, Senate Bill 1265 through Senate Bill 1411, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I would now move that those bills go by for the day, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on first reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate joint resolutions on first reading on the uncontested and regular calendar, pages 5 through 8, and that's SJR 275 through SJR 322, that the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles on the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 5 through 8, Senate Joint Resolution 275 through Senate Joint Resolution 322 be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that those resolutions go by for the day.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions will go by for the day. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I'd inquire of the Senate clerk, does that complete the work for today, the calendar for today?
Yes, sir.
Woo.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, rise for an announcement.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, as you saw today, we had SJR 393, Memorial Resolution for Robert S. Bloxham Sr. which I took out of the block and asked that it go by for the day. All of you should have received a co-patron request for this. I'll try and get my office to send another one out tonight. For those of you who were privileged to know Bob, who served in the General Assembly for about 25 years, he was the quintessential Virginian and the quintessential citizen legislator with a heart of gold and a man of very deep and abiding faith. And so he was a great loss to the Commonwealth. So I hope you take some time, whether you knew him or not, to sign on to this resolution because he was a great man. Thank you.
Thank the senator. What purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I wanted to draw attention to Senate Joint Resolution 377, which is we adopted today in memory of the life of Brian Sicknick. Brian Sicknick, who lived in my district in Springfield, was the police officer who was killed in the aftermath of the riot in the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. He was seriously injured that day and died the next day on January 7th. It's appropriate that we remember him this week in that his cremated remains and a triangularly folded American flag were in the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol on Tuesday night and yesterday. And there was a service that was conducted briefly there yesterday in the Capitol, although ironically for all of what he had done over the years, the situation that with the pandemic, there were not many people that were allowed to participate and attend that service that was done yesterday. He was a veteran. He was originally from New Jersey, and his parents still live in New Jersey. He was 42 years old. His parents are going to, and other family members are certainly going to miss him greatly. He was clearly a very highly regarded individual from his military days as well as from his service on the Capitol Police Corps at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. He was known as a dedicated individual, an extraordinary friend to a large number of people, and an outgoing person who, in effect, embodied what you would like to have in the position that he had at the U.S. Capitol. He treated legislators, employees at the Capitol, tourists, anybody who came there as all the same, and was known for being an extraordinary friend to many of them. There was an interesting article that was in the Washington Post shortly after he had been killed in the aftermath of the riot that talked about a friendship that had been established between him and a woman who was an employee of Speaker Pelosi. Brian Sicknick was not necessarily Speaker Pelosi's biggest fan. He had voted for President Trump in 2016, but the two became fast friends because of the warmth that each of them showed and the respect that they gave each other despite the differences in opinion on certain types of things that are there. There was an extraordinary article that was in the Washington Post yesterday talking about the service that had been held there. It was written by Robin Given, who's a distinguished reporter for the Washington Post. And I just wanted to read just briefly from the last paragraph of that article where it talks about what was done there in terms of providing with the family and others and his fellow Capitol police officers who participated in that. They talk about the playing bagpipes, playing the Amazing Grace, and the impact that it had upon the people who were there, who saw that hymn as one that addressed the capacity of humans to be individually flawed and yet collectively worth salvaging. Something that clearly he would have appreciated there, and talked about in the end that there was that bagpipe playing a rendition that was there was sort of closing it out, and then they went from there to take his remains to Arlington Cemetery. And the article says that the playing of that and how it resonated with people left a feeling of a melancholy plea for forgiveness, something that we all should embody there. So I would hope that it would request that it would be the pleasure to adjourn today in memory of Brian Sicknick, the third Capitol Police officer ever killed in the line of duty.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we were going through the Senate joint resolutions, the memorial resolutions, there was one name that was read out that was familiar to us all. Senate Joint Resolution 348 celebrated the life of Michael Wayne Woods, but we always knew him as Mike. Mike was a beloved member of the political community around here, a distinguished lobbyist. He's an honored veteran and loved by everyone who came in contact with him. You know, 2020 has been very tough on all of us, and to lose somebody who was as close as Mike was to myself, and I know a lot of us who sit in this chamber, it was tough to lose both him and the senator from Russell. Both of them were mountains masquerading as men. Mike had a contagious laugh, and he had one character trait that could never be rivaled, is that he was always honest. He told you the good, he told you the bad. He didn't pull punches, but he always went into your office with respect, and he also always, when he left that office, maintained that same respect for you as you maintained for him. Michael was an incredible friend and mentor to me, as I know he was to so many others. And I know for those in the political community that may be watching right now, he was a friend to so many of them as well. His death in November was heartbreaking after a long fight with cancer. But knowing Michael as I do, I'm sure he laughed all the way through it, fought it like the warrior he is, and I know that one day we will meet again. So, Mr. President, I ask all of us just to reflect tonight and hold a prayer in your heart for his family, and never forget the impact that he's had on all of our lives and the impact that he's had on the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for an announcement.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, if members of the General Government Subcommittee of Finance could meet here tomorrow at 8:30, we need to wrap up our business.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for an announcement.
Senator's the floor.
The Judiciary Committee will hold interviews for vacancies of judgeships on Tuesday, this next Tuesday at 2 o'clock. It will be done virtually, all virtually like we did in December. But it's important that each of you that have candidates for vacancies of judicial judgeships, that you get your names of your candidates as soon as possible, ideally by no later than tomorrow, in order to organize by next Tuesday. Keep that in mind. Next Tuesday at 2 o'clock, it'll be done virtually. I guess we're not even going to be here. So it will all be done virtually from home or wherever you happen to be. Again, Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Keep that in mind and get your names of the candidates you have for various judicial vacancies. Get them by tomorrow at the latest. That'd be very, very helpful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Thursday, February 4th, the Committee on Transportation will not meet. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on K through 12 Education will meet immediately upon adjournment in the Senate chamber. Senators Saslaw, Howell, Norman, Lucas, Newman, and McClellan. Tomorrow, Friday, February 5th, the Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Capital Outlay has been canceled. The Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services will not meet. The Democratic Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in the Democratic Caucus room. The Republican Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in the Republican Caucus room.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, I call on Madam President, Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, and in so doing, will adjourn in memory of Officer Brian David Sicknick.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, and that when we so adjourn, we do so in the honor and memory of Officer Brian David Sicknick? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the honor and the memory of Officer Brian David Sicknick.